Three, two, one, go. It's me again. This is not the same day. I'm wearing the same shirt, but that's the only thing that's the same. Just did grocery shopping. Again, nothing important. Just more me using this like a memo pad. But you never know, in case I don't make it for some reason. No plans on not making it, by the way. And it's here. I'm sorry. Did not sleep well last night. I'm having my Amazon dreams again. I've never been there, but I dream about this place. And it's a repeating dream. And I thought it was just nothing until I finally looked it up. And there really is a place that could do this, could be like this. It's a what do you call it? Benji, stop the squeaky thingy, please. Gotta put the shirt there. Gotta put the people thing. What is it? It's oh, for grins and giggles, since we're just gonna sit here for a minute anyway. It's see, you scared the cat off. Squealing too loud kind of scares the cat. It's let's see here. Well, the whole thing. I don't know. Should I go from the beginning? um. Okay, there it is. Okay, well, I'm gonna go get that. Uh-oh, where's my phone? I know it's here. I know I didn't leave it at the store. Wait. Okay. It was just weird that came up there. Anyway, what was I doing? I gotta call the doctors today too. Well, I will tell the story, but I'll wait until after I've told at least the first part, which may be the only thing that people would even be interested in anyway. And that is simply that there's this group of people that basically go to the Amazon, and the idea is uh, every year, I it's certain times. I don't know if it's just once a year or that's just when they go is every year, but every year these people go to this place like in the Amazon. It's I say the Amazon. It's not actually. I don't think it's actually in the Amazon. That's only on the outskirts. I'm not sure. And the only reason I say this is because every time I say the Amazon, my brain says no. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But anyway, what was it? The water. I'm not really sure how to explain this other than to say, imagine it like two jets of water that come at each other only like once a year or whenever the special time is. Otherwise, the water in this pool, it's a cavern, a cave of some sort, um, that's kind of hidden. And inside of it is this little pool of water. Um, it's deep. I mean, you can see all the way down. It's crystal clear water, almost like it's crystal clear water only when these two waters somehow interact. Usually, it's either too hot or too cold to be in. But once a year or something happens, and these two water streams somehow pass each other, and as they pass each other, they begin to spiral. Now, mind you, this is the dream. So in my dream does the same thing that TVs do, the Hollywood thing, where it takes something very simple that didn't go like that, and it adds stuff to it and makes more to it than it's supposed to have. Yes, 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 yes. That's how I dream sometimes. Like sitting in a movie theater and watching it and eating popcorn. That's interesting. Anyway, um, so somehow or another, though, these jets, I don't want to say jets of water, but I don't know how else to say it because it does jet in. The way it does it, it doesn't just slowly work. And all of a sudden, if you are looking down, you see nothing but darkness. And all of a sudden, because the water movement somehow, I don't want to say it releases something. Again, I think that when I've seen light in this little pool, it's a Hollywood thing. It's my brain saying, I want to see what's in there. And so I have to, it's just like if you were to like, I'm in a dark room, I'm going to put on a flashlight. It's the same. My brain will sometimes do that. It'll create light where there really isn't actually light, or it'll create something where really there isn't something actually there, just so that I can see whatever it is it's showing me. Anyway, so it looks like it's kind of glowing down there, but I don't know if it actually does. Anyway, but if you look down, all of a sudden you will see the water, and you can actually see the difference between the hot and the cold waters as they are spiraling up. You can actually see it. One is wavier, one is kind of wavier, and one is more um, I want to say more see-through, even though all of it's kind of see-through at that point. It's almost like it's slightly more see-through. It's not like it looks all the whole water looks very much similar to each other. But if you kind of just sit there and stare, you can actually see the cold water coming up or the hot water, however they do it. They spiral around each other somehow. I'm not sure what it does exactly, but you can actually see the water coming up, and you can see the difference between the hot water and the cold water. That's all I can tell you for sure on that one. Anyway, so I like I said, this is a dream I've had. It's an ongoing dream. It just becomes. I haven't had the Amazon dreams for a while now. I think it might be partially due to summer, just because in the dreams there's camping involved because we're in the jungle, right? But other than that, I don't. It just randomly comes up sometimes. And so as far as that part's concerned, I started having those dreams, and I didn't think anything of it. I just thought, oh, that's cool. And then there's also a tree too, but that was added in later, and that might have been something that I saw on TV, and then my brain just decided that's cool. Let's add that, that kind of thing. One of those kids shows with Motherboard and Digit. I cannot remember for the life of me if I dreamed of this tree before I saw the show or after I saw the show, and that's one of the reasons why I say, I don't claim that one because I do remember there being a tree. There's a tree that's important to these. It's not just people; it's a person in particular. Um, but there's this tree that's particular to this person, and I don't remember if I dreamed of this tree before or after I saw that show on TV. So,
new messages received from 186665.
You can be quiet. Thank you. Nobody needs to yell. Shh. I will. Um, I need to get that thing off of there. Okay, hold on. Y'all need to be quiet now. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, so I can't. Yeah, I feel like me. I can't remember the tree. So I don't count that one completely part of it. Although it has come into play, it hasn't a whole lot. So, but out of curiosity, because I was continuously dreaming about this place, I thought I want to look it up. So I did one day. I was sitting on the porch and I was just like, you know what? Let's just look it up. And I don't remember what I typed in. I do remember I took a screenshot of it because I was looking at it. I knew it was in. I knew it was in South America somewhere. maybe not necessarily the Amazon jungle, or there's something about this particular area. I don't know. I just know that I looked it up. It was on the southwestern side, I want to say. I'm just trying to recall this, and I can't completely. Um, but anyway, it there is a place apparently that something like that kind of happens. There's an underwater waterway or something that it. I don't remember if it said how often it does it or what, but there's something about waters that cross each other that are different types of water, and they're underground. And I guess there's locations where they come back up through the ground or something. I don't know. I can't remember. Like I said, the screenshot I took. This was, gosh, it wasn't right away. Because, like I said, I don't put a whole lot of stock into those dreams, um, except for the one idea, and that was the whole FBI thing. Um, I just wanted to be on the safe side. There have been people out there that have had dreams, and they have found that these people were picking up somehow on something, and so just in case I was picking up on something somehow, I didn't want anybody to get hurt. I didn't want anybody to get in trouble or anything, so I could the FBI. Well, not just the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, and the FBI. Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, at the time, they're very vivid, very, very vivid dreams. When they all first happened, they were very, very vivid. More so, I mean, I've always been quite an imaginative dreamer, we'll say. Even in my sleep, I would always, other people would sit there and retell their dreams, and mine were always more overboard, um, more, what do you call it? I don't want to say cohesive thinking, but kind of. Um, Not by much. I mean, they were just, just slightly more than other people's kind of thing. And it wasn't a big, huge difference or anything. These dreams, they were like watching movies, like literally watching movies. I just sit there and watch them happen. Unless something would happen and my brain said, no, that's not possible. And then it would either do like this. Remember the Scooby Doo thing? It didn't do that, but kind of. They would rewind. They would rewind and then either start from a particular place, or they would rewind like all the way to the beginning of that whole scene, or even sometimes all the way to the beginning of the whole dream. Um, or there would be times where my brain would just say it was almost like you could feel like almost as if somebody was sitting behind you and you could hear them scratching their pen or their pencil on paper as if to say that's getting changed. Like you're sitting in the movie theater and all of a sudden you hear something and you're like, I get a feeling like that's not. I know that that's not right, and I have a feeling that my brain is saying we're not changing it yet, but we will, and it would. It would. But the next night or a week later or whenever the dream came back up again, it would be changed from that point. So yeah, they were different. They were different than my usual self dreaming type. So I yeah. On top of that, I had this psychosis going on about my neighbors next door. That these people in my dream, they were real people. This group of people were real people in the world and knew where I was at, but whatever reason, can't can't reach out and communicate. Don't worry, I had a dream about that where I got really mad and started punching some of them. You couldn't tell me you were real. You couldn't a letter in the mail, an email. I don't know, something. Oh man, took one of the younger ones to come find me. Actually, it was interesting. But yeah, I was concerned because I thought maybe. And then with the whole psychosis thing happening, which I found out later, it wasn't. My brain was using those dreams to keep me inside, you know, because the depression and the anxiety. Um, I would go the bathroom window for the big bathroom faces the backyard, and you can see one neighbor on one side, and you can see the other neighbor, or at least the tree and the top of the neighbor's house on the other side. Now, when I say the other neighbor, I don't mean directly right next to me, I mean like at an angle. That particular summer was really rough because I really I really wanted to put a backyard swing set type thing in the backyard. And I knew, because I've been learning about myself and how my brain is actually really working, I knew that I would go overboard with my original thinking. I want to get the big slide, and I want to get the big swing set, and I want to, not just a slide and a swing set, but the big one, the pirate one, all this overboard stuff, right? And on top of that, I wanted to set up like some little. My first idea was making a deck, building a deck, all this big dreamer stuff, right? I realized, just like the opposite of my brain's kind of people, I just have to go through that in order to get to the other side. And the same can be said for more functional minded. Unfortunately, because our world doesn't know that, they a lot of functional minded people do not know this about themselves. And so they end up feeling like there's something wrong with them because people tell them there's something wrong with you. Why can't you do such and such? Why can't you just say what if and take a chance? Well, they can, but you don't understand. They can't do that until they've run through all those certain things that they have to run through. And the more that you imbalance them by making them feel badly about who they are and what they are naturally, the more that actually messes that up. So then they are unable to do that take a chance, try something type thinking. Yeah. So I've learned this about my brain though. And I have learned that my brain automatically goes to the woo, la la la. And I gotta let it run, play with it. Oh, it looks fun. Yeah, let's look that. Oh, that's la 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 la. But not get up and actually do it. Not actually try and make it happen, which is what I used to do years ago. And this is why I found out when I was younger and I would do things. I wouldn't just go big or go bigger. I'd go too big. See, I'm supposed to be like that. That's why I knew there was something. When somebody would say, well, why would you go so far? Why would you not? Why would you think like that? Why would you, what's wrong with you? You get your head out of the clouds. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, yeah, but at the same time, I am having my head in the clouds. It's wrong, but it makes sense to me. And I don't know why, because I can't, even when it comes to things that you should be down on the ground thinking about in a certain way, I always would put my head in the clouds and I didn't understand why. Well, now I know why. I'm supposed to. And I was supposed to. The imbalance caused me to do it too much, which is why it became not a good thing at all. It's like, setting up a party. And instead of just setting up a party, I would go overboard, which would have been okay, because that would have been naturally me to go a little overboard. What might have been not a good idea for other people to try and take on would have been just fine for me. But then I would take it one step too far. It was the imbalance. I didn't know at the time. I do now. Anyway, so yeah, big dreamer. So like I said, big dreamer. I always knew that about myself. La la la. But I just never knew all that. Well, anyway, I really should wash these. especially because they are on clearance. Just, probably older. 1 second, please. Ow, foot hurt, foot hurt, foot hurt, foot hurt, foot hurt, foot hurt. Ow, 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 ow. Foot hurt. In the real world. Now, where was I? There was I. Oh yeah, story time. Yeah, no, not yet. So anyway, like I said, I had a little psychosis going on. It was just my brain trying to keep me inside. I was convinced that these people were real and that they had people move in next door to keep an eye on it. Because they really don't want to get in contact with me, but I know things I shouldn't know. So now they kind of, Sure, I was convinced that my neighbors next door worked for the government or worked for these people, worked for something. Yeah. And it was confirmed when all of a sudden on the news there was some great big thing the night I had the dream where it was basically like a how do I put this? It was the government line of dreams. And I'm trying to remember what happened. All I remember at the moment is that there was something about them coming out. I can't remember. Anyway, the next day there was some big government thing that happened, like in our world, in the real world. And I mean, that kind of stuff happens all the time, right? But there was something about it I can't remember now. Oh, for the longest time I remembered every little detail about it. Who it happened to, what. I didn't watch the news normally, but for whatever reason, oh man, I was on it. Because I was convinced. My brain had me convinced. Well, so all it was to keep me inside. And it worked. It worked. Because here I am worried about drones catching sight of me and my neighbors reporting on me. And even though these were really cool people, I mean, they really were. My brain was like, no. And even though I knew the other neighbors weren't from the government, this is kind of how I figured out. This is actually kind of how I figured out that it was just a psychosis that my brain was creating. And it was using the dreams because they meant so much to me. Just to keep me inside. You know, depression. Keep you at home, keep you in bed. That's where you're safest, right? Yeah, until we can make sense of things, until we can figure stuff out, we need to stay right where we're at. Just stay. Don't move. Of course, it doesn't make sense to us why our brain would be doing that, and that we don't realize it's doing that. All we know is it's stopping us from doing something, so we just get sad and depressed about it. Now that I know that, I don't. But but fighting it would cause issues. So, well, sometimes you gotta pick your battles. Good stuff. I need to cook these stuff. I hate peas. But for some reason, I'm okay with snow peas now. Anyway. Yeah, I was, and the whole reason, one of the biggest reasons why, in particular, my brain wanted to keep me from going outside was because, look at me, I haven't eaten. There's people that watch videos where people eat. Think of it as like one of those. Today we're going to eat a snow pea. And we're going to crunch on it. Pay no attention to the person behind that curtain. Anyway. I started to tell you about the swing set thing. And I knew like I said, I knew I was going to go overboard with the thinking on it. But I also knew I was going to tone it down. Once I had gone through all the dreamy stuff, then I would come to the functional side of it, right? And so now I'm thinking, okay, woo! Our yard isn't that big for woo. It can't happen. And the deck isn't going to happen for as much as it sounds like a wonderful idea. It's just not. Maybe paper stones and a little table with the umbrella. And the whole idea was because I wanted, and knowing my depression keeps me at home, I didn't want Benjamin to have to suffer. So, whereas I, just can't walk up the street to the playgrounds, And so I knew for days where I just couldn't do that, it would be nice to know that we would have something in the backyard to turn to, and that I would be able to sit out there. I might even make it a nice little space for myself where I actually feel like I want to be in it, Like when you have your I'm not trying to be weird when I say this, but when you have your little knickknacks, your little candles, and your little doodads that make you feel good, right? Make you feel you, because you pick those out from the store, or you pick those out in the world because those speak to you. They speak for you. So then looking at them is like looking at the real you. This is one of the reasons why those kind of things hurt and also feel good and all that stuff, is because you're looking at the real you. If this was near and dear to me, not a whole example, but if this was a near and dear thing to me, it reminded me of the old country. I don't know. That was just awful. And I put it on the table so I could look at it and just that's a part of me. That's me. Anyway, I'm going to get emotional. Over an olive oil bottle. Anyway, so I was very excited about doing this, and I had just been approved for Social Security, and the second time. And as most people know, you get like a little bit of a chunk of change, from the time that you originally sign up, or if they had stopped it for me because I had started working. There's actually a whole story with that. I won't get into all that. But so for the time that I was missing, I won't go into how much, but I set aside, I may have said something in another video, I don't know, but I set aside some thousands of dollars to work on the backyard, to do all this, to put up a shed, for him to have a room that was just his, like a playroom, and he could have his toys out, and he could have his track set up, and it wouldn't have to be taken up every night, and it wouldn't have to, it was a space for him. And I was thinking I would get the larger shed, because then I could take stuff out of storage and start working on it slowly. So while he was sitting there playing with his toys, I could be sitting in the back of the shed working on, the storage stuff. And then there was the playground things that he could play on it, and he could have people come over, even the kids come over. And then I would have my little table with the umbrella and my little doodads on the table. I'm getting too emotional over this. Anyway, point is, had a plan. But the plan couldn't go through. Um, it's not. Trying to think of how to explain this because I don't want to paint anybody in a good light because I get it. I get why this decision was made the way it was made. I can see it. When you're imbalanced and you don't always know, your brain has this extra need to know what's going on around you and what you're legally responsible for, all that stuff, right? And because you don't know, you just say no. You just don't do it. And that's kind of the problem that we ran into in this house. And whereas the funny thing is the easy fix would have been to call the insurance company and to find out what our liability would be in the event that a child just decided to come into our backyard and play on our playset. Something that a lot of people have. They have playsets, pools, trampoline, all that stuff, right? What liability would we have if a child decided to come into our yard and do that, right? It would have been a simple phone call to find all that out. Isn't it weird how sometimes something could be very simply solved and yet we will run around in circles instead? Okay, so that's kind of what happened. Not to mention, you have to understand also, along with the phone call, you have to understand there would have been change. And because the brain is the functional seeing is believing, it's to the point where it needs to actually see specifically what the change is, what it's going to look like, what it's going to mean, all that before being able to make that decision to do it. So, no, it didn't happen. So then the backyard became an enemy to me. Because it was a reminder. And all of a sudden, I'm sure you've noticed this too, where one negative suddenly reminds you of all these other negatives that are not even connected to it. There's a reason our brain does that. I'm not going to go into all of it, but the point is, yeah. Well, on top of that, the front yard was an enemy too. So we have a stone driveway, like the wall, and it's old, and it's got places that need to be fixed, right? And what goes from my dad saying that it needs to get fixed gets into this great big, right? I'm going to do all this. I'm not just going to fix. I'm not just going to do the little fixing. I'm actually going to like fix it. Because there's the amount where you have to work on it. These areas have to be fixed versus they could be fixed, right? So I was going to do the whole thing. This is the neighbors next door have moved in, and they've got kids around Benji's age. Well, I fixed the foundation of our house on that side, to help out with the selling when they take pictures. How nice is it to know that the neighbor's house looks somewhat decent, right? It doesn't. Let's pretend, right? It's kind of dishonest, but at the same time, and it did need to be done. So I painted the foundation, and I had to fix some spots in it too. And that's when I learned what hydraulic cement was. It's like Play-Doh. Oh my gosh, it's like adult Play-Doh. It's fun. It's dangerous, but it's fun. Especially because I mix it with ice water, and it lasts even longer. So you can hold it and everything. It's great. I love it. Oh my gosh. So I fixed the foundation. Well, when I did that, I thought, you know what? I can fix that wall in the driveway. And first, it had to be all cleaned and then scored and everything, all that kind of stuff. And of course, my brain is going crazy with all these other ideas to do too. At the bottom, I was going to take one of the great big stones, and I was going to put I was going to get those glow in the dark stones, the ones that you put out in the sunlight and they charge them up. And then you can use them in the dark to light paths and stuff on the ground. Now I was going to get some of those. And I was going to make spell out our, our last name, the letter, the initial for it. And then I was going to put a bunch of those glow in the dark stones all over the top of it. And I was going to use a resin. My one sister-in-law, soon to be sister-in-law, however that works, she does resin work. So I was going to get them to stay in place by doing resin work over the top of the stone work. I was going to do it all. And we had a few neighbors, especially one in particular, Lois. She would be out on a walk and she'd walk past and she's like, I'm real excited to see how this turns out. And it was fun because I could actually talk to her a little bit. I could actually communicate with her. I wasn't being antisocial, as I usually was. And I knew I would pay for it later. I did. I remember quite a few times talking to Lois earlier in the day, and I ended up crying that night over it. Yeah. That's one of the reasons I say there's times where it's almost like your brain is upset with you for trying to pretend to be normal again, to be okay. There's a reason for it, but I'm not going to go into it again. Anyway, this is Tea Leaf Story Hour. So I was real excited about the driveway and fixing it, and then I thought, ooh, how cool would it be to put a little fountain at the bottom, that would kind of run along. And then I thought, right in front of the house, there's this open space in front of the porch. And I thought, ooh, I could take that hydraulic cement and create little rocks and whatnot and put them on that space right in front of the porch. And then run a line over the top of it. Because in college, I made a fountain. I used a kiln, pottery, make a bowl type thing. And I got a bunch of rocks and one of those little fountain pump things, the water pump things, and some fake flowers and straws. And I took out the tube that was in the pump thing, and I put the straws in instead. And I didn't completely seal it or anything, but enough so that when I put it in there and I put the fake flowers in around it and kind of tucked them in around the straws, the water was coming out from all around the flowers. It was so cool. And I thought, I can do that again. I can do something similar to that. I was going to make a whole one straight line all the way across the top, and I was going to put different little levels of, straw in there so that some would be lower and some would be higher. And then I would tuck it in behind the hydraulic cement. So then I would make this pebble or this rock wall kind of to go over the top of it. And there would be some spaces, little holes in it there where the straws would start to stick out, but not enough you could see them. And then there would be water coming down through them. And then I was going to get some of that ivy or greenery of some sort, a bunch of rocks, all kinds of stuff. And I thought, I'm going to make this. I have it. I'm telling you, dreamer. Big dreamer. Big dreamer. I know why I'm like that. I mean, I know why people are why they're supposed to be like that. The beyond. Not just the big dreamer, but the beyond big dreamer. Anyway. We're supposed to come up with those crazy ideas so that the more functional side, functional minded people, however you want to look at it, functional, can step in and say, okay, that's real pretty. Let's take this, this, and this and throw the rest of that away. These are good ideas. We're going to stick with them. No, not that. Don't throw that one away. All right, we'll compromise. See, now you've got your big dreamer, then you've got your take the good stuff away, throw away the garbage. No, that's not all garbage. There's a couple things. All right, we'll compromise. Now you have to compromise. That's the way your brain works. Anyway. I can't go into why I didn't finish the driveway. Except to say, suffice to say that ultimately it comes down to, did I need to do it? No. So then I stopped. There were some things happening that kind of put a wall up, so to speak, towards me doing it, and they didn't make sense. And even though I could have maybe worked past them, at that point the brain was like, nah, it's not making sense. Nah, shut down. So there's that issue with the driveway, with the front of the porch. Did I mention I was out cutting the grass one day and the lawnmower spit a rock at the neighbor's brand new windows and broke one? They were chilly. They were totally chill about it. In fact, they split the cost with me and everything. They were like, no, it's fine. It's fine. Really? It's my fault. I'm telling you, these people are awesome. They're the greatest things since sliced bread. I'm kidding, but they're great. Really, they are. But gave my brain another reason to say, must avoid. So when it wanted to keep me inside because of my depression, it used the backyard and the front yard, and it used the dreams, created the psychosis of them, working for the FBI or whatever those people. The neighbors on the other side were a problem because they were working on their garage. We're friends. I could have gone over there and offered to help. I should have gone over there and offered to help because oddly enough, I know what I'm doing. I'm not a construction. I don't know everything. No. But my father, we worked on this house ourselves. We never can't have people come in and paid them to remodel things. We did all ourselves. My father could be kind of difficult to work with. So who would volunteer to work with him when it came to the house, the cars? He wanted my brothers to come out. They didn't come out. It was just me. Yeah, got stuck with me, Dad. So he taught me. And yeah, so I know a little bit about a little bit. Not as much as I claim. Trust me, I never know as much as I claim. I get really good ideas. I was talking online on that depression website, and this one person was like in the construction world, we'll say, and every time he came across like problems and stuff, he would like talk to me about it, and I'd say, well, what about trying this or what about trying that? And he'd be like, it's not. But I think he thought that I knew what I was doing, and I finally had to reveal to him, like, I truly actually do not. And he said, well, oddly enough, you've had some pretty good ideas, even though you don't know. Like, okay, cool. So anyway, yeah, I couldn't go in the front yard, couldn't go in the backyard. And the neighbors next door, because this is going to sound stupid, and for as much as I've never been raised this way, Things can get in the brain sometimes. I'm just a girl. I say that because I was raised, like I said, working on the house and the cars. I know how to do some of that stuff. All the time during my younger years when I would think, oh, I'm going to go get a job. What kind of job do I want to do? I never picked those types of jobs. Just never did. And I realize, as silly as it may sound, even though I did think about it a few times, there were a couple times, like after let's see, my former husband, he was a landscaper. Yep. Who? Oh, you're going up there? Yes. I'm sorry. Sam messaged me. He said it won't be until this afternoon. Yeah. But that's okay. That's a good thing. What? Well, like around 3. Like after Judge Judy time. Okay? Okay. What was that? Well, that's just what time. He has to sleep, He works all night. So now he has to sleep, get a little bit of sleep in before he makes that big drive up to her house. Okay? Okay. Anyway, what was I? I'm just a girl. Okay. My parents never raised me to think I'm just a girl. I couldn't do anything. Except for when it came to my brothers were allowed to walk down the street at night to go get ice cream or whatever from the store. But I wasn't allowed to. When my brother was 15, he could do that. A couple of years later, when I was 15, I couldn't, though. And I didn't understand it. It didn't make sense to me. I didn't understand why. I get it now. And my parents made a good call. But at the time, I was very upset about it. But other than that, really, no. My parents never really... Yep, you can have one. My parents never really raised me to think you're just a girl, you can't do anything. The guys can, It was just never... And it wasn't like they said you can do anything. It just wasn't brought up. If it had been, I'm sure my mom, dad, whomever would have said, "Oh yeah, sure you can." It just wasn't brought up. I realized when I was working on the foundation, all of a sudden it came to me because I started thinking, you know what? I really want to work again. I can be as lazy with the best of them. Trust me, I can. But I miss working, and I thought maybe I would do that. I did kind of try. I sent out several emails to different companies, but I wanted to be honest with people also at the same time. That's probably where I screwed up. I guess I don't know because I told them I have depression. Actually, some of the companies I didn't because you couldn't really send personal stuff. You could only fill out whatever they had available to fill out, kind of thing. So I don't think it did that with all the companies, but most of them. I don't remember how many companies that I called and emailed. I didn't hear back from any of them. It's the same thing as that doctor thing. This is one of the reasons why I'm like, there's got to be something wrong with my head. Come on. Not to hear back from any of them? None? Nope. None. I was, gee, thanks for handing me your garbage. You're awesome, buddy. Anyway, nope, none. Now it was around COVID. So at least I have my brain has that to blame it on, like to make sense of it by saying, well, COVID. Oh, well, okay. Let's be honest. You can answer emails from home. But okay, we'll go with it. I made a deal with God. I'm like, okay, if I get approved for Social Security a second time with no problems, I'm going to work on the theory. Well, actually, it wasn't just the theory. At that time, it was the book too. The Why Do Pirates Dream? That book, which is the dreams I was having. That's one of the reasons why I was like, I called the FBI and the NSA and all that, CIA and all that or contacted them, emailed them. I called the FBI. I thought it was nuts. I know he did. Not just another one of those Looney Tunes. Yeah, I can see it. I get it. I've thought about contacting them since then and telling them, like, if you want to, I've been watching some crime shows. You want me to give you some information on some stuff you guys need to know? But I hesitate to do that for the simple fact that, it's like crying wolf. I already called once. Nutsy. Yeah. I don't want them to, like, you're just looking for someone to get you. Well, kind of, yeah, a little bit, but also not. No, I'm really not at the same time. I see this stuff being very important to know when interrogating, when looking into murders and, crimes and stuff, when to be able to understand the human brain in a way that we didn't before. I think that could help a lot. Sure, yeah. To know why somebody did what they did. The only reason that one guy actually killed the other guy was simply because his family left him in charge of the farm. Not related at all. I bet they don't know that. Or they know there might be something, but they don't know what the connection is. Because it's a little mentioned in the film, in the show I was watching. That he was the, not the higher, what was it called? They used a word I'm not familiar with, and I can't. Anyway. But it wasn't just the guy that he killed that you could see strange behaviors in this guy. There were other behaviors in this guy. So it wasn't just him being jealous over the girl. That he had gone out with the girl 2 years later, I think it was. He goes to kill the fiance of the girl. He kills the fiance of the girl 2 years later. I think it was 2 years later, or a year later. Really? To become that obsessed, that focused on something like that, and then not until a year or two later. Not to mention, like I said, there were other behaviors.
Peppermint. Have some peppermint. Ready? Or some donut. Or some donut.
I can't hear you.
Or some donut.
No donut. You can have some pepperoni. You want some pepperoni and crackers? Do you want lunch? Like pepperoni and crackers?
I just want pepperoni.
I have some Triscuit crackers. I also have the sun. I will share my beloved sun-dried tomato.
Triscuit.
This time?
No, Triscuit.
Honey, well, no, you're right. They say weekends. One moment, please. Un momento. Okay. Yeah, finish putting these groceries away. Okay. I had to buy a bunch of groceries and then leave them on the floor. They don't have to be refrigerated. All right.
Whee!
What's this?
Whee!
Hold on. I wish your brothers would learn how to close something right. Gouda. Gouda is goody. Gouda. Gouda is Gouda. I don't know, whatever. Anyway. I'm gonna have some too. Wow. Want some help? Anyway, where was I? I forgot. Here you go, bud. So, yeah, well, let's talk about that guy, but that's just one of the little observations I made. The gambling grandma. Want to know her real deal was? She's looking for a friend. Anyway, actually, that's not her real deal. There's something more going on. I really would like to know the rest of her story, and more so her sister's story, because I think that's what's really messing with her. Her sister had some kind of a debilitating mental illness that had her in a home of some sorts. Anyway. What are you doing? Oh, thank you, babe. What about you, though?
No,
Oh, that was so nice of you to give me one. You're such a nice booger. Mm-hmm. Anyway. Mm-hmm. Here we go. So, I don't even remember why we got on. Remember how we started out and I was just going to tell you about the tree? Why'd you go to the store? Well, I got up that morning and I was feeling a little tired, but I thought, I got to get going anyway, right? So I heading out to the store, and on my way, I'm almost in a car. I get milk. Anyway, yes. Actually, I was on the wall thing, and that's how I decided I wanted to try and get a job working in that type of field. So, actually, I had passed that. I talked about the theory and also the book thing. Yeah. How to tackle that dream. It's tricky because I mean, the Amazon Dream, just the Amazon Dream line. I mean, it's still going on, apparently. A lot of the Dream lines, they go on for months. Every night. Sometimes more than once a day. So I'm trying to remember how it started out. Because I dream and redream, and it changes things. Almost like, so it's like watching two different movies at the same time about the same thing. You had their version, what they knew of, and how they worked around it. And then you had, I guess we'll say my version, because I guess I'm the person in it. There's some characteristics about me in the dream that are not me. That's okay. I think I'm essentially the person though. So in their version, what was it? How did I do that? Okay. So I get this card. My friend of mine gives me this card, and I'm looking for a job at the time, right? This is the dream. I'm looking for a job. And she says, I just got a job, so I can't use this. But I got this card in the mail, and it says, there's this job, and it's like kind of like a caretaking type job. But there's some challenges. There's, you have to kind of, like there's a test you kind of have to go through in order to get this job. So just come ready for indoor, outdoor work and, just in general type thing. I'm like, okay, sure. So I go. And it's this great big warehouse. And outside is this big open space. And all these other people are staying there too. So I can't remember all the challenges. I remember one in particular, and that was the tent cleaning challenge. So there's this great big mass of just tent. Flies, tents, tarps, all that kind of stuff. Bags, forum, all that. Just muddy and yucky and just sitting in a big old pile. And the challenge is we have to clean them. We have to separate them. We have to be able to, enough so that they can either be set up or put away properly. And you only have so much water to do it with. And so everybody wants, there's one hose, right? Just one water hose. And everybody wants to start spraying their stuff, right? So I said, I have a better idea. I said, why don't we, I think there was I don't want to say a divot, but a space in the concrete, kind of like where a drain is at, right? If we stop up the drain, it'll create almost like a bowl effect. And then what we can do is just roll all that stuff into that bowl and then pour the water in. It's going to be muddy water, but it's going to loosen a lot more. It's going to soak it because a lot of that stuff was just caked on. And you would have been sitting there spraying and spraying and spraying and spraying and spraying just for one area to get clean. So I said, if we soak it though, we'll get it through faster. And so that's, we did that. And then I know there was some other stuff to that challenge with the tent, involving the tent stuff, but I can't remember what it was. I know one of the things that involved the tent challenge was water, like in the sense of rain. And cold weather, which I have tricks when it comes to camping. I get the great big tarp, the real long one, and then I wrap it over the top, and you fold up the bottom, and then you wrap that, and then you let the top kind of like, lay out or whatever, and it rolls the water right off of it and away from the tent. as well, and that works. When it's cold weather, you actually, when you take the top back, instead you kind of tuck it back underneath it, and that makes it close up. And it basically puts this tent instead of an enclosure that helps a lot with the cold weather. Hey, I got compliments on the Boy Scout camp out when my boys were younger. My older boys were younger, and they were part of Boy Scouts. I got compliments. There were families that left in the middle of the night because it was so cold. We were warm. We were fine. We were good. We had regular sleeping bags. I had the kids sleep towards the middle, where with each other, around closer to each other. But other than that, that. So yeah, lots of fun. And you can use the fly, like if you take the fly off of it, instead of putting it on the tent itself, if you put the tarp over the top and then you use the fly, you can help to keep that from lifting up with wind, because that's something that can happen. And then all of a sudden your tent is airborne, because remember, if you've got the tarp underneath it, you can't spike it down. And so, yeah, your tent can take off. Good idea to have a nice heavy cooler in there. Just a good idea. Anyway, so there were some challenges. I can't remember what they were exactly. But that was one beginning of the dream. Another beginning of the dream was their side of things. So, if I remember correctly, the one person is standing over, they're in this warehouse and they're watching what's happening down below with all these people who are doing this challenge, right? And the one says, "We were looking for the author. We didn't realize we were going to get the main character." And the reason why that's said, and it's kind of revealed a little bit later on, I won't go into all of it because it's, like I said, there's a lot of dream and redream going on. I don't even know. I couldn't even, I just know how it happened. So that's just it. To explain it would be like explain 20 different versions of a dream. I'm not going to go into that. So basically, they have somehow or another, they found out that there was a manuscript that was left in a DMV waiting room. And this manuscript talked about them, their existence. I don't know how they found out. And the dream, I don't think, ever really goes into that. But the problem is, because of the angles of the camera, and because there's only one camera, they can't tell who brought it in or who read it or anything. All they know is it was found on a table in a waiting room. They have a few people that they suspect possibly, but otherwise, they have no clue. So they sent out cards to all the people who visited the DMV that day. Because in the manuscript, at the top of one of the pages, as like a to-do list, need to call about such and such place about a job. I really need a job. And it also lists, I think, next to it, a few different things, something about outdoors, maybe. And then in the story itself, there is discussion, like the story itself, I think, also included where went on a camping trip. It doesn't go that it's into a Boy Scout camping trip, but it just said it was on a camping trip, and got compliments on how well handled the tent and how well the cold weather and the water, the rain, all that stuff. So now you're seeing where that challenge kind of comes into play, because in the manuscript itself, it talks about what I just talked about with the Boy Scout campout. Because she's talking to these people in the manuscript, she's talking to this group of people and telling them, I am important. I am good at stuff. Because that's kind of the underlying piece in that story, is the fact that, you've got someone who never amounted to anything, never seemed important, but knows that they are important. They're good, and anything they put their mind to, they're they're incredible. Yeah, I'm awesome. But there's just this shell around me, and I can't break it. So that's kind of like what the part of the manuscript that they have that talks about that. All I knew, they had some suspicions. There was this blonde girl that came in, and it kind of looks like the manuscript isn't there until she's there. But it's difficult because the manuscript is written in pencil. So you really can't see it when it comes to all these people laying their papers down when they're working on their papers for the DMV stuff or whatever. I don't know. So you can't really tell who's got it, if they pick it up to read it or anything. It looks like she's picking it up and reading it, but then she sets it back down. And they don't know why. Because if it was hers, she would take it with her, right? So no, maybe it's not her. Well, it turns out it is the blonde girl. She's my friend Terry. I asked her to read my manuscript. And she took it with her to the DMV. Problem was is that when she set it down, a phone call came in. And she was talking on the phone. And it was one of her kids. And they were frustrating her, so she wasn't thinking clearly. And when they called her name, she just got up and walked and did, I gotta go. And she got up and walked away and did that. She hadn't even started reading the manuscript, really. She had picked it up, and just as I guess she picked it up to read it, the phone call came in. So she really hadn't, you know how you'd be like, oh, my brain kind of remembers something. No. There was nothing reminding her, connecting her back to picking up my manuscript. So when I showed up, it was funny because that's actually the person that they needed to speak to. They needed to know how I knew what I knew about them. But they searched the cameras. They didn't see anybody that looked anything like me on that camera. So where I came from, what it was, but at the same time, like I said, the one guy standing at the top of the balcony, and he says, we were looking for the author of the manuscript, but I think we found the main character. Because the way that I act down below when I'm doing all the stuff that I'm doing. I'm singing, I'm doing my little dancing as I'm walking along doing stuff, and just, and the way I talk and the way I do things, well, it sounds a lot like that main character. So that's the beginning of it all. Come to find out, I end up winning the challenge. And then once again, I'm not going to go into all the different possible ways to explain the next few parts because there's just no way. There's gazillion. That one's even more on how I basically meet these people and actually start to find out a little bit more of the truth of what's going on. There's versions of it where they completely keep me in the dark. There's versions of it where they are upfront honest with me right from the get-go and all the things you can think of in between. Basically, I'm a caretaker for this person. They have difficulty with their muscular system. And so they have to have like massage done, not like professional massage, but just the massaging done. Certain types of foods made for them, all this stuff. Basically, it's funny because in the one dream, they kind of explain the person as an elderly gentleman. You need to rinse that off, please. Okay? Thank you. As they explain this person as like an elderly gentleman. So I'm thinking I'm taking care of Grandpa, right? It's not Grandpa. One of the people that they have on that crew is not Grandpa. He doesn't look anything like somebody that you would expect to have issues of any kind like that. So it's a little confusing. There's also versions where I meet that person, but they're not the one that I'm supposed to take care of. And I don't get to meet the one I'm supposed to take care of until we're already in the Amazon. What? No. Honey, put that in the sink, in fact, please, because it's going to start sweating everywhere. Thank you. Good job. The condensation.
Have one more.
Yes, of course you can. You can have a few of them, honey. I didn't even meet that person until we've been in I think we've been in the Amazon for a few days. But that person is actually the person who's like the traveling buddy. They pretend to be, they pretend to be, someone that they're not, kind of thing. And it isn't until like, I don't know, I think it's like a weekend or a couple days in at least that, I find out, oh no, you are that person. Huh. So, anyway, it's a fun story. hmm It's the same when it comes to the story I wrote that I published on YouTube, the League of Legends ones. I had to stop writing because of that. Until then, at one point I started writing the story and I just kept going. Mhm. Just make sure you don't get water everywhere, please. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I started writing and I just kept going. I have a stack of notebooks like this. Not kidding you. They're over there. I finally took them out of my room and decided I'm just going to put them in storage. I'm not as connected to them as I once was. I wonder why. Anyway. And then I got to the part in the story where I'm supposed to have the League of Legends streams. And I had to stop writing. Because when I contacted League of Legends, because I wanted to see if it'd be okay if I wrote the story. Because the only one character I used by name is Set. The rest of them, it's their characteristics, but they don't have the same name. Like what's her name? The snake one, Cassiopeia. I think her name is in the game. I call her Vipes. Swiper no swiping. That's a part from the story. Anyway, what's the other one? And the bard, I call him the poet. Aw, he made me cry. He was like a little kid playing with the bubbles. He didn't know they were poisonous. I didn't know they were poisonous either. I mean, I knew that there was a poison. I just didn't know they were poisonous, like the way that they were poisonous. I ended up looking up some of the stuff that the dream mentioned using, and I thought that could be it, and that would make a poison. That's bad. I'm not a science person. But, oh man. Yeah, it was an interesting story, but I wanted to write it, and I was fine with that part not belonging to me. It's fine. Technically, I was kind of fine with none of the story belonging to me, except the problem is that League of Legends, right, game, I don't know if I'm allowed to say their names or what. Anyway, they're not the only ones mentioned in the story, in the whole story. Excuse me, that League of Legends thing is only just a chapter of it. Yes, 8-hour long video of me talking, that's only a chapter. Yes. It's even missing parts. Sullivan's Miracle. Oh, that was cute. Anyway, the bet. That was the other one. Anyway, yeah. But I wouldn't have had a problem with it except for the fact that who else is mentioned? There's a lot of different celebrities that are mentioned. Ellen is one of them. Ramsay. Gordon Ramsay's another one. I've had that dream a few times. Boy, some of those things make you think. And my son should have been a chef. Oh well. Anyway. Who else is in it? There's television shows. The Masked Singer's mentioned in it when she does the dragon dance, and then when she's also talking to the crew about the different costumes that she thought about doing for the Masked Singer. One of them was really cool. You know how a gyrosphere works? How like you can have like a ball, but it sits in this cradle, and because it's sitting in this cradle, the ball can roll without even moving, right? But if the cradle has wheels on the bottom of it, now you have a moon. Yes, it could be a black moon, it could be a blue moon, it could be a red moon. And of course, if it's a blue moon, we can imagine the Masked Singer, it's going to be the blue moon, right? And so that was a fun one. Peaches, the song United States, Presidents of the United States of America, the song Peaches, because it's just a ball, and all you have to do is change its color, and it can light up inside. Not just the whole ball changes color, but then you can also light up inside and create like almost like facial expressions too, sometimes, kind of thing. I think Black Balloon, maybe. No, I don't think that was one of the originals. Anyway, there's different ones. There was a rose costume. Oh, but that was cool. Just like the purple dragon costume, it uses magnets. Okay, so you've got this purple dragon, right? Oh my gosh, great big purple dragon. And because of the magnets in the hands and in the tail, you can swing the tail back and forth. And as it swings, by the way, there's fans inside. That helps allow flowing movement of the whole costume itself, right? So now it looks like this. It's not just the standing dragon. It's this. She. And the song that plays is "Shy Guy." Oh, it was cool. Anyway, what was it? So the magnets, because the tail can sway like it does. The magnets, you can turn them on and off using buttons that allow you to make the tail. You can't see my hands. Allow you to make the tail either swing to one side to the other side because the magnets begin to pull the tail. But if you break that contact, turn it off, or you get the arm further away, it's not close enough to draw it in. So now this tail is wagging, not just flowing back and forth, but kind of wagging back and forth sometimes, right? I know, it's so cool. And then and then there's this there's magnets that you can turn on the shoulder that make when you turn that on the shoulder, and if you don't move your hand, if you don't move your hand, then the tail gets close enough that the tail can kind of grab it without actually grabbing it, because it's a magnet, so you don't have to actually grab it. So it kind of looks like they're going like this and their tail is up along their arm, right? And if you go like this right next to the shoulder, now turn this magnet on, turn this one off, turn that one off, turn this one on. Of course, it's not the person themselves doing the dance that probably does all this. It would have to be someone else behind the scenes, because that'd be a lot. I mean, you really have to. In the dream it looked great. But this turns on, so now the tail lays across the shoulder like a boa, kind of like the boa kind of thing. And oh, that's cute. It's so cute. And then what is it? The part of the, like in the set dance song when she's doing the ooh dance, right? The part, did I explain this part in it? I might not have explained this part in it. When she pulls her thumb up her leg, and I might not have explained that part. just because I didn't want to. That was the only part of the story I could not explain. That was the one. That was the reason for the dream. Was that particular scene because of the song? It wasn't the scene itself. It was the song. But that was the one problem I had with writing it. Anyway, okay, so you know how you got like a, I don't want to say flash paper, but you know when you roll when you flick a lighter and it creates the sparks, and then they also have like fireworks stuff that does that, and it has smoke comes with it. So this dragon has that on her nails. So whenever she scratches certain surfaces, it makes that happen. And at one point at the end of the song, she scratches right next to her mouth. She's turning her head like this and scratches right next to her mouth. And of course, the audience is here, so they can't see it here. And then there's this smoke coming up. Yeah, she's a dragon. You get smoke in the mouth, right? Yeah. And she does it to some of the dancers, because you know, with the Masked Singer, they also have dancers on the stage too, right? So then she, there's certain spots on them you can scratch, and it kind of looks like there's smoke and, you know, little flicker of light and stuff. It's cool. Anyway, that was a fun one. There was the rose also, but that's got magnets in it too. So now you figure all these folds of material, almost like pleats, really long pleats of material, right? And they have these magnets in them. And if you twirl, it spins. And as it spins, it goes this direction, it turns this color. When it goes this direction, it turns this color. But before it even does that, it's a bud, right? It's just a rose bud. So you think that's it. But that's when the material, when the magnets release and the material starts spinning around, and now you see, oh, it's this rose. And then the other material opens up from down here, and it creates at the very end an even bigger rose. I'd have to. I wrote it down. I wrote it down. Like somewhere, I think. That was the weird one because the song that plays for that one was The Rose. And it's funny because, you know, Ken Jeong, he doesn't really get speechless very often, right? But in the dream, he became speechless. And the reason why was because it was something about his grandma. That's all I know. Something about his grandma with that. I don't remember what it was, but I can't. Anyway, I think something more is said, but at that point the dream changes. And all of a sudden there's dirt coming down. Oh, well, there's dirt on the ground, the stage. And I'm like, wait a minute. Well, I guess that makes sense. A flower needs dirt, right? It needs soil to be in, but wait a minute, but it wasn't here before. Where's it coming from? And that's all of a sudden when you start noticing it's coming from the ceiling. And the reason that's happening is a dream inside of a dream. So me, I guess it's me, here we go again. I'm underground, buried alive kind of thinking. Only not. There's tunnels underneath this warehouse. And some of them are used and some of them are not. And because they're not used, they're old, they're kind of crumbly, right? Well, to get away from a particular situation that's happening, my character, me, runs outside, rips a piece of the skirt, and spikes it on the fence. So, and then make the gate swing open, so it looks like I went that way. But instead, I run around the other side of the yard, and there's this spot where there's these dogs there. Oh, they're so cute. Anyway, these dogs had shown me earlier on in one of the other dreams that there was it's kind of like a manhole cover, but not. But it is heavy. And I lifted it and I get in there, but then it closes behind me. And I didn't realize what was down below. All I knew is that it could be an opening. Because at some point, I was speaking to one of the people there, and we were talking about how there were places that a person's not supposed to go when they're at this place, in this warehouse. And it's kind of hinted that that's one of the places not to go. But when you're running away from problems, you got to go somewhere, right? So that's what it is. And I end up going down in this hole and then sliding all the way down this dirt hill thing down underground because I didn't realize I didn't know anything about it. Well, unfortunately, the dogs weren't there when all that happened. They were out. They leave a few times a year for certain. They're shipped off for certain things, and the one is shipped off differently though. She knows how to tie rope. This dog knows how to tie knots in rope. She saved a little boy in Sweden or something. I think it was Sweden. I can't remember exactly. The space was too narrow for an adult to fit down, and they didn't want to send any more children down where this other child had fallen. So this fisherman had this dog. Well, he's not just a fisherman, but he has this dog that can tie knots. So they sent her down with rope. She was able to tie knots around the boy to get him back up. Anyway, she was gone. And what was it? I don't remember how many days I'm underground, but I'm underground. And I'd gotten stuck with something before I even went underground, some kind of a needle. And I don't know what was in it, but it made me delirious, I guess. And I just kind of laid down on the dirt. And of course, there's animal life underground. I started burrowing. Ah! My arm. I thought it was a pillow. It wasn't a pillow. It wasn't until oh my gosh. I did not understand this. In the one dream, there's a pillow. Like, where would a pillow come from? It wasn't a pillow. I didn't find that out until like a dream or two later. It was not a pillow. It was some kind of a rodent, animal creature, something that had decided to crawl up, like in my arm area right here, and just like start. I was delirious. I hadn't eaten, drank anything. I'd been shot at that needle. I don't know how many. Like I said, I don't know how many days I was under there. All I know is that they could hear me. They just didn't have any way of knowing where. And that's because they had sewn something into my clothes. Because in the dream, she talks in her sleep. But she doesn't just talk. She talks like she's like speaking to somebody coherently. It's very quiet though. And the only way to pick it up is to have something listening, very sensitive listening. So this thing registers heartbeat and something else too, as well as it listens. And it doesn't just pick up on very quiet sounds. It also, for some reason, it can pick up on vibrations in the throat, because sometimes there are words said that are not actually said, but the throat will still somehow say it. I don't know. I don't ask me. It was explained to me in the dream. I don't remember it. Moving on. Anyway, yeah, I don't know how many days I was underground. I know I'm down there long enough. There's the Masked Singer dream with the rose. There's the I'm Just a Bill. Yes, from Schoolhouse Rock. That's when the rodents started eating. She didn't know. I didn't know that that's what was happening. But in the dream, that it was inside the dream, all of a sudden Mr. Bill is there and he's getting eaten by these rats. And it's like, what's going on? And they're tearing him apart and running underneath the steps of the building with these pieces of him. Like, what's going on? Come to find out, there was rodents that were bug. Oh, it's a mess. It's a mess. It was gross. So glad I wasn't awake for it. Awful, 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 awful. Yeah. So there's that dream, and then there was another one. I'm Rosemary's granddaughter. That song played because I found out I really am. My grandmother, her middle name was, so she was born with one middle name, but her birth certificate says another, and they never actually could clarify which one was the correct one. I don't know anything about it. My mom would be better to explain it. But it's Rose and Marie. So I become Rosemarie's granddaughter. Um, so for some reason that song's playing. And then there was the other dream line, which is the I hear you, but I can't see you. And that goes along with that whole thing that they have sewn into my clothes. Because they can hear me, but they can't see me. So they can hear me deliriously talking through the dreams and everything. But they cannot. By the time that these people get back to the warehouse and find out that I've disappeared, they have no clue. The dogs aren't there. They're bringing the dogs back in, but it takes time. All they know is that there was a scrap of clothing that was found. The cameras went out everywhere. There was this whole everything. It was set up that way. But I won't talk about that. That's a whole other story. Oh, gosh. That was a fun costume. There was another one. I've never seen Swan Lake. I don't know anything about it. But I created a Swan Lake costume. And so it's this black and this white gauzy material. These guys that they're into like fashion and stuff like that. They bring this big crate in, and what was it? Actually, was it a crate? No, that was the diamonds and pearls one. Yes, that was another one. They brought this great big crate into the warehouse, and we're pulling off the top of it, and all of a sudden, you have to understand in these dreams, you've got regular life happening, kind of thing, right? In this warehouse, hanging out, making food, whatevs, and then all of a sudden, everything changes into this. Who knows what? You don't know what you'll wake up in. So they're pulling off the lid of this wooden crate, and there's down is like you're looking at it, and it's nothing but all this sparkly stuff, right? And somebody, I think I can't remember what it was, but somehow the crate gets shifted, and it like somehow they're bouncing inside. Like, what in the world? And then the crate gets shifted, I think. It's been a while, been a long time. Crate gets shifted, and then all of a sudden, these things they just start rising up. And they're all these diamonds and pearls. And they just start floating around in the air somehow. I don't know. And they end up wrapping around like a mummy, like mummifying somebody in diamonds and pearls. It was funny. It was really, really funny. Anyway, that was the other one. How did I know those guys bring in that material. It's just really long, really, really long, gauzy white and black material. I'm trying to figure out what to do with it. And somehow or another, so at some point I was at the thrift store and I saw this fan and it had a remote control to it. And I wanted to go get that fan because I had decided I wanted to use the fan. I wanted to mess with the electrical wiring of the fan so that it would do something different. I can't remember at the moment what. But and then connect the white and the black material to the blades of this fan. So as the person is dancing below the fan, when the magnets, yeah, here we go with magnets. Magnets is a big thing in these dreams for some reason. It ends up being some big part of a hairline thing. Um, um, Shampoos and conditioners that use like magnets or something that draws things out. So instead of it, but it's not a shampoo and conditioner. It's the stuff that you put into your hair, and it just draws stuff out instead of taking away the oils and stuff from your hair. It just draws all the bad stuff out, and then you just rinse it out, and it's I don't know. Anyway, and then the weight loss thing, hips hitting door, the inside of doors, and you get stuck on them. I know people out there with hips know what I'm talking about. When you look down and as you're walking through a doorway, and all of a sudden you're not walking through the doorway anymore, and you look down and your hip is caught on the door thing. Yep. Well, imagine people doing that on purpose to you. Like if somebody put magnets in your clothes so that you would get stuck on stuff. Oh my gosh. Well, talk about feeling like you're bigger than you really are, right? Huh. There's a reason for it. Anyway, where was I though? The Swan Lake. I didn't even get on Swan Lake. Well, anyway, there were dreams where it was one fan, dreams where it was two fans, and dreams where it was three fans. And the difference was there was the white, and then there was the black, like the good and the evil type thing. And then there was this gray in between. But the gray, what was it? The gray was a cage. The material, there was more of the gray material, and it was hanging down, and the way it wrapped around to the floor, it was like a cage. It's weird, because then it's almost like the black, the magnets when you turn the magnet on, and you're dancing towards the black side, the black material lifts up and reaches out to try and grab you. And of course, as you're spinning, as the fan is spinning, it's spinning around your arm and beginning to consume you, type thing, right? But then you have this on the other side, the white, which is starting to do the same thing, right? And then you have this gray cage that you're kind of stuck in. It was fun. It was a fun one. I had to go back to the thrift store to get it though. They didn't have the same one anymore. That's okay. Greg. He's in my dream. My buddy Greg. It's the only person I can think of. He doesn't look like him, but it sounds like him. And it's got the same spelling for his name. Anyway. That was a fun one too. And then there's the Beauty and the Beast. Okay, remember the show, the movie Beauty and the Beast, the animated one. And she's walking through the town in the beginning. And they're singing Bonjour. And she says, there goes the baker, there goes this person, there goes that person. Well, instead, again, here you go, walking through regular life. No big deal. And then you open a door and you start to walk down these steps. And all of a sudden there's this music playing. And not just this music playing, there's people running around back and forth in the warehouse, like going from this side to that side or whatever, just run around, whatever. And the dogs are involved. And it's a song that sounds like Bonjour, acts like Bonjour, but it is not Bonjour because we are talking about the Undertaker and the Widowmaker and these are all these all of a sudden all these guys down here, they're dressed like, they're dressed like, I don't want to give bikers a bad name, but a lot of them are dressed kind of like bikers. And other, and then Yeah, it's like the evil version of Bonjour. But it's funny because it's not. They're just, I mean, it'd be like, it would just be like Bonjour, but having a darker side to it. Because, the verses are like The Undertaker, and I got to collect those bodies, and if there's not enough out there for me, I'll go make some, you know, to keep me in business, It's just like, what? And you can go all throughout the whole warehouse. As you're walking through the warehouse, this whole like musical la 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 is happening with all these guys running back and forth. And then you get to the door that leads to the kitchen, and all of a sudden there's like this glass pane, but as you go to walk through, and there's glass pane or something, you smack your head against, and you're like, what? And then you look around behind you, nothing there. No music, no people, nothing. Not even wind, like dust, anything to show it like there was movement, that suddenly everything got moved out real fast, so then there would have been like some wind, some air movement, something. Nothing. And you turn around and you're looking at the doorway of the kitchen, and there's no glass, there's nothing that could have stopped you. And so you just walk through like, what? Gone. Like I said, there are these moments, and the whole point is like, so there's this mental health issue going on with this person. Big shocker, right? They're seeing things, hearing things that aren't really there. But it's more real than you realize, and not as real as you think. Anyway, oh, it's fun. It's fun. All of a sudden, you just wake up and there's just something there. Um, Going downstairs in one of the lower level rooms, because she starts cleaning some of the rooms that are in this place. She has nothing better to do. Why not? And she finds this room, and it's got so much clutter and dust and dirt and in it, just everywhere. But in towards the back of the room, I shouldn't say in the middle, towards the back of the room. I don't know how to describe it other than to say a great big turntable, like for trains or just whatever. The idea is this thing is great. It looks like a carousel. Almost looks like a carousel, like the outer part of it, right? Like the where you see all the mirrors and the lights and all that stuff. It's kind of like that when she first sees it, and inside there's like this turntable. Now, so she sneezes. She starts sweeping, cleaning, and then she starts sweeping, and she sneezes because this great big thing of dust comes up, right? And all of a sudden, the carousel is lit up. It's like night, and the outer walls of the carousel is lit up. But they're kind of like starting to pull apart. So now all you're kind of seeing is this turntable thing. But on the turntable, how do I explain it? It's beds. There are these beds, one after the other, but there's space between them. And some of them have like this type of curtain hanging down, or that type of curtain kind of hanging down from nothing. Like they're like floating in space. Like there's nothing, you look up and there's no roof that could be connecting them. And there's these steps leading up to it all. And all of a sudden, the song starts playing as the carousel walls were beginning to move up away from everything. And you can't. It's so dark that you can't see kind of like halfway beyond. Like, so you can see the front half of the turntable and all the beds that are on it, but you can't see the other half. Like you can see like there's shadow back there. You can see movement, but you can't see anything else. And the song by U2, With or Without You, comes on. So years ago, there's a story behind this. Hold on. Out of the dream for a minute here. Years ago, I don't know if it's because of a dream or just whatever, but I would hear a song. And if I didn't see the music video, my brain would create one, right? So my brain created one about a prostitute. And that's kind of where I'm thinking this dream came from. Because not just the song, obviously, but also because of what's happening in the dream. So now we'll go back to the dream. So here's the turntable beginning to slowly turn. Very slowly at first, because as she's walking up onto the platform, there has to be some movement, I guess, but not enough to actually make the beds change place. And as she passes under one of these curtains, all of a sudden, as she comes up from the other side, she has an outfit on. Kind of like a bedroom type outfit, but not super revealing, but it's there, you know. And she hears the music, and it's fun. So, and as the turntable begins to start turning a little faster, she starts rolling into this bed. And then she's rolling onto the bed and rolling and rolling and rolling. Oh, I should do this. Rolling and rolling and rolling, and then she's out onto the floor again, right? And then she passes through this other curtain, and now she's in another outfit. And these are all those gauzy see-through curtains, so it's not like, this is like the magic show, right? And she's in a different outfit, right? And now she gets into this bed and, rolls and rolls and rolls. And she does this for a few beds where she's kind of dancing back and forth. Well, all of a sudden on one of the next beds, one of the sheets lifts up. So now when she does the rolling, it's actually underneath the sheet. But it's like there's other movement too. It's kind of a little weird. But nothing other than that. And then she comes out from underneath the sheet and it just continues on for a few beds, right? Until so this is tricky because I'm trying to remember exactly how it played out, but I can't remember specifically. Specifically. Blah, blah, blah. She gets to one bed and it's got different type of curtains. They're kind of more in the front of it now. I think all of them do have curtains that are between the bed and as well as on the outer wall, outside of the circle thing. But anyway, these are darker. Maybe red or black or dark blue. I'm not sure. All I know is that she starts to roll into the bed. She's under the sheet. She's not under the sheet this time. She is under the sheet. Hold on. This is where I said it gets tricky because I can see it happening in my brain, but being able to explain it is a little differently. So essentially, the best way I can think of to describe this is that here's the head of the bed that's now facing out towards the audience. So here's the audience, and here's the bed. Just where the camera, however you want to look at that. Here's the edge of the bed, right? Her head ends up going over a little bit over her hair first can be seen over the edge of the bed. And it's shaking back and forth. And then it goes slack. And now, during that time, the sheet was lifted up so much. How can I put this? You can see something's there, but you can't see it. If that makes sense. Like there's a person there, and she has just been choked. And the next thing you see is there's this, it's like a newspaper clipping. Those projectors. What do you call it? That you put on the wall to watch something and it projects it onto the wall. So it's kind of like that. It's a big newspaper clipping. Well, what the first thing that actually happens is that you see there's this big newspaper clipping, right? And it's little words, and it says, another prostitute dead. Nameless, known something. And now this is different because this dream has been redreamed. Like I said, the killing, the choking scene that changes a little bit in different dreams. The carousel wall thing, that's not always in all the different versions. Some of the versions, not all of them. There's a few things. The sneezing always starts it. But there's different things that happen in the different versions. And so in one version, it's just the big clipping where it shows a very big headline type thing. But in another version, it shows this, it's a smaller clipping. It's a big clip. It shows it magnified like a big clipping, but then it starts to zoom out and actually shows you that it only takes up this much of the newspaper. And then all of a sudden, the pages start flipping really fast, going back to the front, where there's some stupid headline, like someone dying isn't important enough as whatever the stupid headline is. So, yeah, that was that one. I'm having fun. This is fun. I'll probably never write the book, which is a bummer. So I guess it's probably the only way I'll ever share this information. Oh, well. It happens. There's one with a piano too. Again, dust and sneezing. I think that might be an enemy. Laying on top of one of those old style pianos and looking down and realizing somebody's playing. That was the one. I don't remember how that dream went though. I wrote it. Pretty sure I wrote it. And there was the one, Fievel Goes West. But yeah, it is Fievel Goes West. The song when she sings in the saloon for the first time. That one happens in the kitchen. She found when she was cleaning, she found material, clothing, and she ends up cutting it up and then quilting it together to make a skirt. A skirt or a shirt, I can't remember which. It has a little bit of a country-ish look to it. And then she goes downstairs to make dinner because that's her thing. They call her Snow White because she cooks and she cleans. She's their cleaning lady and their cook. What's it? I can't remember exactly how that one opened up, but it ends up again. All these people, they're guys. All these guys, all these people that are part of this crew, in costume. All of a sudden, I can't remember how it starts for that one. I remember how it ends. A towel ends up on her head. And when she takes it off, someone throws a towel on your head and you take it off, right? Everything should still be there, but it's not. It's gone. All these dancing people that climbed up on top of the cabinets and the counters to do the dancing thing, and the whole 9 yards gone. Just gone. Like it never happened. Talk about feeling like you're losing your mind, right? Yeah, that does come up. And the whole thing about pig comes up too. Oh boy, that was a fun one. That's different though. I'm recording. Just letting you know. So back when I was in the apartment, I was sick in the apartment. This is real life. I couldn't, I didn't do well at night. I was always trapped. I felt like I was trapped a lot of nights. Like the wall. And I couldn't exercise anymore because there was a bomb. This is real life. Yes, psychosis. Yep. I know what it really was. So my brain had convinced me. We were in a 4-family unit, and we had the top left. And my brain convinced me that on the top right, those people had an explosive or a bomb. Actually, I think it was the house. There was something about a dresser, and it had a bomb in it, or a bomb, something. And because of that, the space where I would exercise, normally would exercise, I could no longer be in. Because if that exploded, I'd be in that space by me, right? Psychosis! That's incredible. All it was to stop me from exercising. Because why should I do that? I don't need to. If I had known a little bit better what I know now, I would have been okay. But no. Nope. But that's all it was a psychosis that my brain created in order to stop me from exercising. Because that was one thing that I would always push through the depression to do, you know. I not always, but a lot of times I would push through the depression and be like, no, I'm just going to roll out of bed and I'm just going to start exercising. I'm just going to start working out. And now I couldn't be in that spot in the room. And my brain told me that's the only place I could exercise, so I can't be there now, so I can't exercise. Makes sense, right? The funny thing is, the house next door to us did end up catching fire later on, but I don't think the two were related at all with the bomb thing now. Anyway, so yeah, I remember the scene in Labyrinth when they're trying to get through the actual gates of the Goblin City, and the big robot thing comes out of the wall. And it's being controlled by the little guy inside. That's what I felt a lot of times. Like I was on the inside watching something else control me. A lot of nights. Well, so there was this one song by Dave Matthews Band. And it was weird because if I was standing up, I would crash to the floor. If I was laying in bed, then I would start shaking. And it's because this particular part of the song would make lightning flash in my head. Now, this is the tricky part. So there's a difference between illuminating things so that you can see. So like illuminating the bad stuff so you can see it. Then there's also, you know how sometimes when the light's so bright, it's blinding that you can't see other things. So I don't know. It's been a long time now. And I don't know if it was the first way or if it was second way or if it was both, if it went back and forth. I can't remember now. But that used to happen every time I listened to that song. And it would, I would sometimes use it to try to break up the monotony of being inside of a prison cell because it would shake me. Didn't always work, I guess. I don't know. But I just know that that was included in the dream. But that happened in real life. That particular thing with the Dave Matthews song. Um, there's another one that happened with the Dave Matthews song. You're dealing with a germaphobe. The last thing you think they're going to do is, if you're outside cutting the grass, right? You're getting all sweat all over you, right. Last thing you think someone's going to do is walk up and take a drop of sweat off your face and then lick it, right? This person's a germaphobe. There's no way. But that's what it looked like they did. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Let me think of another fun one, and then I'm going to stop because I got stuff to do today. It's still nice to share it though, because again, in case I don't make it, now people will know. My story, or at least my dream story. I know there was one involving labyrinth. I can't remember that one well enough though. Guardian of the Chicken. So this is one of the difficulties I've had with also writing the story, and that is because there's a lot of back and forth of waking up and everything's changed. People that existed no longer exist. People who didn't exist now do. All that. So one of the things that I found was called the ghost tunnel. Remember how I said there were tunnels underneath this warehouse? This is one of the tunnels. And apparently these guys have, we'll say, valuables under this warehouse. And to get to them, you use the tunnels. That's one of the ways to get to them. Well, people breaking in to try and steal these things would go through the tunnels. But they don't want to just scare you. They don't scare you off. They want to scare you to the point where you are cowering on the ground so they can come along, pick you up, and not question you. It's like there's people out there that are like, I'm glad that when my house was robbed, I wasn't there. But at the same time, there's a part of them that's like, I wish I had been. I'm wishing I had walked in on you so I could have stopped you and the police could have gotten you and we would know who you are and what you wanted and what gave you the right to think you, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff, right? That's how these guys operate. But they use chemicals and science to force people to stay. If you can break in, they want to know how you did it. So between the ghost tunnel and what they call the euphorium, and there's another thing too. There's another chemical, and I can't remember what it is. But the euphorium they use, because if you break in, it releases this chemical, this fume, this gas, whatever it is. And they call it euphoria. And basically it gives you this really great feeling so that you just keep on going. Because they don't want you to get it. Once you've broken into even some point, even if you've changed your mind, never mind, they want to know how you know. They want to know how you got in. So they want you to keep on going. And that's when you get to the next chemical down a little bit down the road, tunnel, whatever you want to call it. And that is a paralyzing chemical. So now you can't move. What's the matter? Aha, I thought you did. Yeah. Now that's not in the ghost. Maybe they have it in the ghost tunnel. I don't remember. All I know is in the ghost tunnel. It's nifty because. Hi. Want to help? Okay. It's nifty because they use magnets to make things move. Not just magnets, but all kinds of stuff. I don't remember. I just know that there were rocks moving, just flying around, stuff like that. Like you're like, what the? You get into this tunnel and you go so far. If the ghost tunnel is on, then it's now positioned. It's almost like this great big turntable thing, right? Here we go again, turntables. It's now positioned so that it is basically it looks like it's part of the original tunnel. Otherwise, it moves away, and then the other one takes its place. And the other one is the tunnel you want to be going in if you want to get to stuff. But you have to know that there's a ghost tunnel, and then you have to know to turn it off and how to turn it off in order to do that. Otherwise, you get stuck walking along this tunnel, and you think that nothing's changed except all of a sudden things start happening. And really, it is two separate tunnels. I did not know that. I got caught in the ghost tunnel, and it's a little scary in there because at one point everything goes very dark, and not just does it go dark, but they use what do you call it? Okay, so you know how in the ghost shows when they try to show people how people think their house is haunted, but really it's because of the electrical lines connecting and stuff and creating a field or some kind of an eerie feeling. So they use that. So along with, things moving, lights changing, flickering out, all that weird, stuff like that. It's nothing that like above and beyond, so to speak. Like, like if you walked into the scary haunted houses and they have all the lights flickering and all that stuff, it's not like that. It's like a normal tunnel, but it starts having these little things happen. And so it starts messing with you at first, and then you get into this area where they're using those electrical fields or whatever, and you just are all of a sudden it's like all around you, and you're freaking out. And then I think I had to how when you freak out, you kind of like back up, or you end up hitting something or trying to turn around or something. So at some point or another, some type of action that you do that's like very blatant, like hitting against the wall or trying to hit a light flickers. Every once in a while, the light will flicker or something. But if you try to mess with it or something, if you do something to the tunnel, that's when it goes dark. And so now you've got those electromagnetic fields. They also increase when that goes dark. But they do it like in a depending upon where it senses you are at, it will start bringing those electric fields in on you, and you can actually feel as it's starting to it freaks you out. It freaks you out. And then of course there's cold, there's cold air that sometimes comes through and stuff. Only in certain places though. It's yeah, it's an interesting place. That's all I can say. I had some dreams about that, and they weren't scary, luckily, like because I knew. How do I put this? Again, it's like I'm watching a movie in a movie theater. I can see me in the dream freaking out like crazy, like, oh my gosh, this is catching me off guard. I don't know what's going on or anything. And the whole time I'm like, wow, yeah. I'm watching it like a movie. I know that this is still part of the dream. I know that no harm will actually come to me because I know that this is all part of something that's happening behind the scenes and it's doing so on purpose. Well, come to find out, I was a little wrong about that one. Come to find out, somebody had turned the ghost tunnel on and forgotten to turn it off. Because I'm an explorer. I used Q-tips to figure out how to do a number code, one of those little password number codes to open a door somewhere. Q-tips. Because of the cotton absorbing the oils from someone's skin. What was the other thing? I think I did that 3 times. But 3 times it was different. One was tape, one was a Q-tip. One was something else. So the key was to rub the spot, to rub the numbers without actually adding my oils to it, my skin oil. So that was part of it. One of them I had a short circuit, I think. Oh, that was when so the dogs. 2 of the dogs end up having puppies, which you're not supposed to be able to do. They knew the one dog was a girl. That's the one who can tie the knots. But she was supposed to be fixed, and she wasn't. So she ends up pregnant. And they're going to get rid of these puppies, right? And I think the original idea was to give them to this dog fighting ring. And I said, no, I'll take them. Because when I'm done being here, I'll take them with me. But until then, I'll just take care of them here. If you want me to pay for them, I will. Whatever, I'll take care of them now. So it's never truly agreed that I'm allowed to keep the dogs. Just nothing more is said about it. Which is why later on, I have no clue. When some lady shows up at the door and says she's taking Mikey, I have no clue what she's really talking about. But I think she's talking about taking my Michelangelo. Because yes, people, I named the 4 puppies. I named the 4 puppies after the turtles. They were so cute. They were little turtles. I don't know why. The one was dead. It was like a 101 Dalmatians scene. Had to bring it back to life. Yeah. Actually, that was redreamed. Because I think there were more than 4 puppies at one point. But all the rest of the dreams, there was always 4 puppies. So I think my brain was like, we played with that. We played with it a couple different ways, different numbers of puppies. We're going to stick with 4. So, yeah. Anyway, Raphael, he's troublesome. And he gets his name tag or something on his collar. It gets broken off. And his nose pushes it under a door we're not supposed to go in. Well, I don't want to get in trouble, and I don't want him getting in trouble. I mean, like I said, nothing's been said about what's going to happen to the puppies. And anytime I bring it up, I'm told, let it go. Or something. I can't remember what. Anyway, the point is, nothing's been said about the puppies. And if this guy gets in trouble, a decision might be made to send him to the dog fighting ring, right? I gotta save Raphael. So I'm like, Raph, what are you doing? So I'm like, I gotta get. So I had to open the door so I could get his collar thing. I was not supposed to open that door. It's worse it's worse than when I went into the secret lab, which is actually not a secret lab. Babies in jars. Like fetus type baby in jar. Oh gosh, I went off on them when I found that room. I was really upset. One, I had also torn my skirt that I worked so hard to make out of a curtain. Yep, I Scarlett O'Hara some clothes from a curtain. Apron, skirt. I made a shirt out of toilet paper too. It didn't last long. I made, not trying to be weird or anything, but I made an top undergarment too. And I used cardboard. You talk about dumb moves. Again, here I am. At the time, I was watching it thinking, oh, that's creative. That's creative. But then when I redreamed it later on and I'm sitting there watching it, I'm like, that's dumb. Why would you put cardboard in there? There's so many other elements you could use. Why would you put cardboard in there? Especially because at one point, I think it's when I was doing laundry. Or no, when I was cleaning the kitchen. So this place changes, like I said. One day you go downstairs and it's just a kitchen. A nice long kitchen, a little dirty because nobody really uses a kitchen like that. You know, needs a little bit tender loving care, right? Next day you go downstairs and it's like it's been flooded. But not just recently. Like it's caked, it's dried, it's already setting in. And you're like, this is like a danger. Mm-mm. This is scary. This is not a good idea. So I decided to clean it. Get out the hose and just start spraying everything down. If I have to cook in this kitchen, I'm going to at least want it to be somewhat sanitary, right? Not realizing, not thinking I've got cardboard in my tippy top here, right? And I've got this hose out. And of course, I'm making all kinds of funny things as I'm doing this cleaning because I'm by myself at this point, right? There's everybody else is gone. They left me with some supplies and left me to my own device here. So, so I'm just playing. I got this water hose and they've got this special little feature on it to create like a pressure washer type thing and turn it on and off. That right there at the nozzle there. And I'm just quoting lines from different movies. Having a good old time until I realized that there was a space up in the ceiling that was very dark. I probably should mention that the doorway that leads to the upstairs is a very dark stairway. So you can't see a whole lot. But there's cobwebs everywhere. When I woke up that morning, the stairway that was normally dark, but just dark but clear, now had cobwebs all over inside of it. Nice. So nice. And that's when I realized those cobwebs, there's an open space in that stairway that's going into the kitchen up above. And I look up into the kitchen ceiling. It's got like those drop tiles, kind of like ours. And there's a big mess of cobweb looking mass up there. And I realized all of a sudden there's a great big spider situation, big spider up there. And I said, I need a 10-foot pole. And I'm like, no, I won't even touch you with a 10-foot pole. But the work still has to be done. So I try to work around it. Instead, this thing comes loose somehow. And by now, I'm actually climbed up on top of a counter, on top of a stool. I've put the stool on the counter in order to be able to actually get up high enough with the hose and everything to really get things. Ay. That thing started rolling, and it was like a slide because the drop tile started coming down, and the way it was coming down was. And this thing started rolling at me, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh. Ay. Oh, that was a mess. So then I walked out. This is the real. That wasn't a smart idea. So then after all that situation, I won't go any further into that because then a whole lot of other stuff happens. I ended up going out into the warehouse, and I think there's another hose. I think in there. Is there another hose in there, or is that where the hose is coming from? Anyway, I ended up going out into the warehouse to get away from that because now there's just smudge and mudge and live everywhere. That work is going to have to be continued later. And I take the hose and I put it over my head like a shower, knowing full well I've got cardboard in the tippy top here. So now I'm just kind of leaning everywhere. Then I'm sitting there watching this, right? I'm watching this in the little movie theater type thing. I'm just like, that wasn't smart. But my brain didn't redream it, which I thought was hilarious. Because I would think of all things to redream, that would be something you would redream, but it didn't redream that. Like, let's change that idea, because it's done that before. Like, it saw something was wrong and that wouldn't work, and it not only changed that, but it changed a moment, 2 dreams ago, changed that moment. So now we redream that other dream to its new standing, so then we can dream the other dream later on in its new standing, right? It's gone that far to do that kind of thing. But no. When it comes to cardboard and the tippy top getting all soaked and now all waterlogged, well, we're not going to redream that. Oh, gosh. I just, I couldn't, I'm like, really? Of all things. Mm-mm-mm. Yep. I do remember there was one part. I actually wanted to rewrite it simply because I went and saw my brother in a play not too long. Well, it's been a while now. But one of the things they announced during the play, they were short little 10-minute things. One of the things they announced during the play was that they were looking for people to create little 10-minute things. It'd be a fun little play. So here's me. I got some of those. Problem is they're not 10 minutes long. But I thought one of the things I thought about doing was the chili one. So imagine this person doesn't eat, right? I really want them to eat because all they do is take this medication all the time. Because they're having this like heartburn, right? So I think. Anyway. So I'm like, I gotta get this person to eat. Chili. Everybody likes chili, right? Not everybody likes chili. A lot of people like chili. And the guys in this warehouse, they really like chili. So I'm gonna make chili. How can I get this person to eat the chili? Well, if they had to taste it, but I can taste it. When would be if I had a cold? So I have to fake having a cold. But I don't just fake having a cold. Here's where we go another step too far. I don't just fake having a cold. I don't walk out in the kitchen. This is the upstairs kitchen, not the downstairs one. Great big pot of chili on the stove, right? The other ones are downstairs. Yeah, this place is huge. Anyway, I don't just stand there and fake a little bit of a. I can't taste it. I got a little bit of a sniffle, so I can't taste the chili. So I need you to taste it to tell me if it's okay. Because if it's not, the guys will get upset. You don't want to upset the guys, right? You want to have the right tasting chili. I need you to taste this chili. But I don't just pretend to have a cold. I actually start looking for ways to create a cold. Dust on a light bulb. Rub that off. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. This is funny. This is weird. I don't know why my brain did this one because it's like, oh, that would never work. It tried to save some in my pocket for later. Some of the dust off the light bulb. Let's put it in our pocket. I think it was because the one person was walking through. So I had to hide it real quick in my pocket. So I couldn't go like this enough. So I had to hide it in my pocket real fast. Why would you? First of all, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just finish doing that just because? And second of all, what dust in the pocket doesn't, it's not gonna, can't pull back out later. So then, oh yeah, here's another one. Then I go to the kitchen and get out the hot sauce. Because I'm thinking, I've seen people sneeze because they're eating spicy foods like hot sauce. But I went to sniff it. I poured some in my hand. I'm up by myself in the kitchen, by the way. Poured some in my hand, and I went to sniff it. I sniffed too much. Hot sauce. I'm gonna pause here because I just want people to realize. Come on, man, right? Oh. So the funny thing is, now later on, I'm laying in bed now. I do have a cold. But I look over, and there sitting on the desk of the one person is an empty bowl. After some chili had been eaten from it. Finally, I got him to eat. I ended up having to get a cold to do it, but I got him to eat. Da, da, da. So I thought that would be a funny little. I don't know why I thought of that one with all the other ones, but I thought that would be funny. Do a little whole scene. You wouldn't even have words all that much. You could just show someone like walking around the kitchen. Huh? Yeah, like a mime thing. And they're falling on the ground, and they're slamming their hand on top of the counter to try and stand back up. And as soon as they stand back up, they're just like, oh, and they try to get the water in their nose, and now they're like, and now they're getting all this water in their nose, and they're drowning themselves in a way. That would be so much fun. I can see it. It would be fun. And then, of course, there was another one I wanted to do that would be like a little bit more of a serious one. And that was, you have to understand, the moment the idea came to me to do any of this stuff, these two things popped up in my head. Why? I don't know. But these are the two things that popped up in my head. The chili one and the love look away one. And that is where I start in the kitchen. There's someone that's leaving. And they're leaving with someone else. And start in the kitchen, start singing the song. And they took the one dog with them, by the way. The Remember the one that was pregnant? That was the other dog, right? They took that dog with them, so it's just me and the pregnant dog now. And it's just kind of like looking at her, like, yeah, I get you, I feel you. I'm singing the "Love Look Away" song from Flower Drum Song. The words change in the very beginning, though. They're different words. Um, but they don't change as much. There's just a couple words. Later on, there was another part of the dream where I was doing singing "Gravedigger" by Dave Matthews Band, but that one changes a lot. That one I actually point out different things that I did in my life, in my real life, to people that I hurt people. See, I was bullied when I was a kid in school. I was bullied, and when I got older, I became a bully, and I didn't realize that. And that dream kind of made me wake up to that and realize that, because it was like, it's like they're looking at the man in the mirror thing, you know. You finally get to look in the mirror and you're just like, oh wow, I didn't realize, yeah, but it is that way. I became a bully later on. And when that happened, the Gravedigger song, when I first started singing it in the dream, the lyrics didn't seem right. There was something weird about them. And then they changed, and I was like, what? Why would I change it to their pain instead of feel the rain, feel their pain? I didn't understand it. Why my brain would dream that. Why would we change that? And then later on, it became clear as to why. And that was because then that's when the new verses hit, talking about when I was yelling at my sister and I was going to break a mirror and I was going to rip a baby out of my stomach because I was so mad at her, making it all her fault for something. And how I'm not going to go into it. We're not going to do all that. But anyway, that was, I changed that. My brain changed that one. Anyway, but in the Love Look Away, it's just the little beginning part that gets changed. I don't even know why I had that do the Gravedigger, but we did it, so there it is. Anyway, then start walking up the steps. And I figured out how I could set it up on the stage, like where my brother had done his play, how I could set it up on the stage where there's enough of a space to be walking around continuously, because technically in the dream, continuously walking back around the kitchen and then up these long steps and into this apartment type area. And then you end up getting to this big balcony door with the double doors, and you open it up at the very end of the song, basically, and you're watching the lights, the red lights, as they disappear down the street. And that's the end of the song, kind of thing, right? So I figured out how to do it all on the stage, and I thought that'd be cool. That would be really, really cool to do that, right? Yeah, lots of fun. Anyway, that was T-Day's story for the hours. Thank you for joining us today. Maybe next time. We'll see. Maybe I'll be wearing the Nickelback shirt again. Oh my goodness. I need to go get a bath. Not a shower, a bath. I need to go. I got my meaningful beauty stuff. My little treat that I was going to give me if I lived through my surgery, my tooth surgery. Wow. I got it. So I'd like to use it, especially because this is making me feel really good. My son invited me to show up on Friday to a presentation he's doing at school, and he says it's very uppity, like you have to wear a suit tie kind of thing. Not uppity, but and he wants me to go. He warned me ahead of time. He's like, look, there's going to be all kinds of doctors and scientists and all that other stuff, so you got to not talk about your theories. I knew what he was thinking. Like, you can't talk about your theory stuff, But I told him, I said, I won't say a word. This is about you. It means a lot because when they were younger, like in high school, they wouldn't tell me about their stuff. My son was on the honors society in high school when he was graduating, and he didn't tell me. There was a whole ceremony and everything, and I wasn't there because I didn't even know about it. My aunt was there. She told me about it. She said, I saw him. So proud of him, clapped for him and everything, all that. And I'm like, I didn't know. He didn't tell me. I can't blame him because for many years, I didn't go to stuff, even when they did tell me. So this is nice. This is very nice that kind of come back around again. He's actually invited me to something. So I'm nervous. I'm really going to pray that I don't say a word. It's tough sometimes. It's tough. It's like it eats you from the inside. It eats your brain from the inside. If you don't say something, you have your opportunity, and it just eats at you. And it's just like, oh my gosh, really? And I get why it's doing it, but at the same time, it's like, stop. This isn't about you. So, yeah. Nervous, excited, a little everything. Okay? Okay. Oh, man. Whew. Yeah. I'm kind of torn on turning it off. Because in a little bit here, I have to leave and go get him from school anyway. Yes, we're going to have to wait on the shower bath, whatever we do. A little bit longer still. Trust me. I'd like to do that right now. But I am not trying to do that right now because I have to leave in a little bit here to go get him. Because I have to take him from the main campus to the medical building so that he can do his pre-presentation that's 20 minutes long, sit in the car the whole time, and wait for him to come back out. Sounds exciting, right? Right. All right, well, I think we'll watch Judge Judy. If she's on. I don't know. Might be the Olympics. The president's on. He's on every channel. We're going to miss Flipper.
Oh. That's a group. There's a lot of talent in the receiver room, and there's a lot of youth.
Who the flip?
And so
Sorry.
I think it'll be a really exciting group to watch, take advantage of their opportunities. And I'm not going to make any guesses on how it's going to play out right now. Those guys are going to get opportunities to rise and shine and prove themselves that they should be getting opportunities.
Breaking news, people.
In September. Good.
How are you breaking news? Go away. Who's the 18?
Got a case of the Mondays? Let me just coffee. Before that afternoon crash, get your fix of Nash. Oh, I'm going to give you the business. Because this pick-me-up will knock you down. You're going to wish you were dead the next time I get my hands on you. Whoa!
That was
Nash
commercial.
Bridges.
Be over.
So just kind of two different seasons there. We're in camp season and just trying to make sure
Training
everybody
camp.
gets opportunities so we can assess.
This
how
is
they're
breaking
gonna help the team.
news.
And once the season comes, man, we're getting ready for it again.
The priorities of our world. Judge Judy is going to be coming on. Now, these are priorities,
I
people.
can't even.
These are the real priorities.
We'll see where we're at. 2 weeks. We'll have much more in-depth conversations.
But a couple of years ago, you could have done that with me. No, I'd be on the floor crying. Law and Order, Judge
We
Judy.
don't even have players in the locker room.
There's a couple of them.
Good.
I missed them. If something came up that I had to miss them, I think I had to go to a funeral one time, and the whole time I'm sitting in the car shaking, like not shaking, but like bouncing my feet. Like I gotta know. We had to be a little late because I had to at least see the opening of the Law and Order episode to know which episode it was. That even though I had seen it a gazillion times already.
And so we've been very clear with that with our players. They know that
I had to know
expectation.
what
We
the
know that
episode was.
expectation.
So at least in
And
my
we're hoping
brain, I
Grace
could
has
somewhat
that same
kind of play the
expectation. So we're all
episode.
very much in alignment.
This is what happens. This is what happens. This is what happens.
I took a quick trips. That was it. You know, it's really, I kind of take my wife in the springtime. That's a little bit more relaxing for me. In the summertime.
Who the heck cares? You're breaking news talking about your wife and you going on vacation in the springtime? This is breaking news.
Reds won. That was awesome. One day.
You're not
San
breaking,
Francisco.
but you're going to be broken. Mm-hmm. Upset me. Mr. T.
No man's land isn't for the faint of heart. But these decorated soldiers just met their war heroes. 2D calls, Saturday night starting at 6/5 Central, right here on Heroes and Icons. Life is a tapestry of unforgettable moments and unexpected challenges. While many things remain beyond our control, your financial stability shouldn't be one of them. Our unpredictable
All right,
world
let me think.
demands a solid
I want to finish
foundation,
watching The Dirty
and
Dozen.
U.S. Money Reserve is here to help you build it.
I refused to watch it when I was younger because it was a war movie and I didn't get into war movies.
Of your hard-earned savings. A shield
I couldn't
against
handle them.
economic
I know why
volatility,
now.
and a powerful tool to help strengthen
But
and preserve your
For the time I
portfolio.
couldn't.
For over 2 decades,
And
with
so
billions
it
in
just also they were
transactions,
boring.
U.S. Money Reserve has solidified its reputation
What'd they mean to me?
as a
Nothing.
global leader
Okay,
in
well.
precious metals. Testament
Now
to
you
our
see a little bit of that,
ongoing
yeah.
commitment to client success, with a mission to help you take
Of course,
control
can you blame
of
a
your
little kid
financial future.
for not wanting to watch a war show
What
or a war
matters
movie?
most.
No.
And when you diversify with gold from U.S. Money Reserve, you're aligning with a partner you can count on to lead the way. Guided by the expertise of 2 former directors of the United States Mint,
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yay.
where did it go?
Well,
Where did it? Now, outside after Mistress. It's been out before Unleashed. Now it's Unleashed. Where does it go?
It runs straight to me and the other dog.
Just a second. But you are in the middle of the street,
Well, now,
going back into your driveway.
no, I left the car and I just
You
stepped
left
over
the.
Benji,
you
what
left
did you
the
do
car
with the
in
pepperoni?
street.
right in front of my house.
You left the car in the street.
Yes.
And you were walking.
You just need to get it
towards
put
your
away,
wife,
you know.
And I assume your houses are similar. You have a front yard and you have
Right.
a double space where you can park your car.
Yeah.
So you were walking towards your wife, towards your driveway.
No.
Where?
I was across the street towards Miss Hernandez.
There you go. Put it away.
The car in
Just
the
a
driveway.
second. You were walking across the street to her,
Yes.
holding your.
My other son.
Schnauzer.
Yes.
And where did the pit bull go?
She ran towards me.
Just a second. Ran towards you, then she running towards Mrs. Hernandez's house.
Yes.
Right. And crossed the street,
Yes.
unleashed.
Unleashed.
And
When she got to me,
when she got to you, where exactly, I want you to take
Nobody wants
this
to watch you eat.
photograph and make an X next to where you were in front of Mrs. Hernandez's house. Now, would you take that photograph, Bird, and show it to the plaintiff?
All right.
And is that where
John was
Mr. Hopton was?
That's not true.
Where was he?
Mom, this is when the dog attacked.
No, listen,
Oh.
pay attention to my
Can I
question.
answer?
Were you, just a second, were you there?
Yes.
Okay, then you can answer.
I would want to stay around that area, general area, the sidewalk.
I'd like to,
So that's correct.
terrific. Okay, so your dog crossed the street
yes.
and their dog had been on their lawn. Is what you're saying that there was a dog fight in the street where this X is?
No, they were barely on the sidewalk. I didn't know their dog was even out
I don't
there.
care what you knew. is what you're saying, that you refer to it as a dog
This
fight
face is
occurred around where your ex is, where you were with the Schnauzer. You said the pit bull was following you. You were going to Mrs. Hernandez's house. What I'm asking
He
you
has
is
to keep
don't
going
try
like
to
this with his
second guess
mouth.
me. You're going to lose anyway.
You asked me.
Is this up? Is this
That's where
where?
I'm standing.
Well,
When the
you-
dog ran across the street, that's where I was standing on the X.
And where was the dog?
Which one?
Yours, the pit bull.
Well, I was holding one. The other one
No,
ran
you
across.
weren't holding a pit bull. You were holding a Schnauzer.
That's correct.
Where was the pit bull?
Coming from our
No,
garage.
not coming from.
Oh,
You said the dog was coming towards you.
yes,
That's what you said.
that's correct.
I said, where were you?
Right there
You
where the
said
X
you were
is.
here.
Yep.
Is this where the dog came to?
Yes,
That's the answer. This is where the dog came to. It crossed the street.
correct.
You're paying for her vet bill. What kind of dog do you have?
Chihuahua mix.
When you have a dangerous breed like a pit bull, you're supposed to keep it under control all the time. Not part of the time, all the time. They're dangerous dogs. I assume you have homeowners insurance. That's either a yes or a no.
Yes.
And when you put this into your homeowners insurance,
Wait,
did
never
they?
happened.
Just a minute. Did they tell you that they weren't covering anything
I'm not
that
sure
had
if
to
his
do
mouth is
with a
doing
pit
that
bull?
because sometimes
That's
people
either a
just have
yes,
normal ticks
don't-
about them
Is somebody
on a
speaking
regular
over there?
basis.
My wife, she was
I
there.
don't want to hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm asking you a question. Did your homeowner's insurance indicate to you that they would not be responsible for this because of the breed of dog you have?
Not till July.
I don't care whether they
Oh,
said it
yes.
in Tisha B'Av.
Yes. Yes.
Now, that should give you some clue that courts have upheld the right of insurance companies to disclaim claims for people who have certain breeds of dogs. They don't say it's discriminatory against the breed. They say anyone stupid enough to have this breed of dog, we're not covering any incident that occurs with this breed of dog. Now, your dog happens to be one of those breeds.
Can I
Your
show you
sweet,
something?
wonderful dog that's around your grandchildren all the time. You want to read a letter from
Here
a
it comes.
grandfather whose pit bull ripped off the face of his 3-year-old grandchild?
I understand,
This
but this is
loving
more
dog.
like Scooby-Doo. It's not like one of those short, dog-fighting dogs. It's not like that at all. I mean, that's the image that you would conjure up when you say pit bull, but this is more like Scooby-Doo.
You're an idiot. Can I please see your
Not
pit
gonna
bull?
read it.
I just want to see. Oh, that's the homeowner's letter.
Yeah.
I'd like to see I'd like to see the vet bill,
The
please.
dog, the vet bill. Why am I shaking? And our dog, a picture of our dog.
I'd just like to see the vet bill.
Sorry.
Just give the vet bill.
Sorry. I'm shaking. Oh, here's the other one. I'm sorry.
Here's the,
He had 2 surgeries.
yeah, this is from your homeowner's policy.
They did like a
Please be advised that our insured homeowner's policy does not cover a pit bull, full or mixed. Therefore, the policy
Maybe
will
Greek
not be
yogurt.
able to handle your property claim damage.
La Terrafina.
Scooby-Doo. Idiot.
Can I interject that we didn't hear anything about the insurance company until she contacted our homeowners insurance, which is never brought up. She just surmised that we had homeowners through AAA, and on her own, she contacted AAA to do a third party. And as far as I'm concerned, this is an inflated bill only to cover her mother's deductible.
No,
That
this has nothing to
her
do.
insurance
This
had to pay for
no,
everything.
this has to do with anesthesia for the dog.
It had 3 not life-threatening puncture marks. That's all. This,
Can I say something?
No.
Don't tell it.
My 3-year-old beloved grandson is lying in a hospital bed, implanted with an IV and many other stitches all over his face and chin. My heart is broken. I don't want to hear you. His grandma and I were the last to be called out of guilt. He's the victim of a pit bull attack. This is from a newspaper, and it's a letter from the grandfather. Since the babies were born, many heated arguments about the dangers the parents subjected these children to fell on deaf ears. It seems that all of their friends have at least one. At home, the little says, "Papa, dog bit me. I can barely stand the pain in my chest. If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a duck. They nearly all, when defending the breed, call them American Bulldogs or Staffordshires. Every expert says if it looks like a pit, it's a pit. People who allow this should happen should lose their assets and be jailed. They all know altercation is inevitable. Anyway, this grandfather sent this to me so that I should have it. You want me to read you another one?
It's not necessary, but the thing
Do
is
you
this.
You have
understand?
no one?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I didn't buy the dog. The dog came to stay for a brief time and
Their
never
dog wasn't a
Genevieve,
family
stop.
member
Yep, stop.
until she got bit or the dog would have still been outside.
I don't want this stupidity.
And later today,
I understand that she was already outside where she shouldn't have been trying to make a turn. I get that. She gets that too, right?
All right,
wasn't
I need
far
to go
out.
get
I don't care how far you were out. You were out.
If you're there, you're there. If you're not, you're not.
I just see something beautiful and romantic.
how about action with a love scene?
All right, Benjamin, I gotta get your picture and get all your stuff together. I need you to find some shoes. Is it
Watch
close
over the
for
air
you?
on channel 19.2 or one of these local cable systems. Fox 19 Now is your Bengals flagship station. The best coverage from the best sports team in the tri-state. Fox 19 Now. Always local, always now.
I'm Dennis Mahoney of O'Connor, Achani and Levy. If you've been hurt in a car crash, remember this. The person refusing to pay you is not the person who caused the accident. It's their insurance company. An insurance adjuster's job is to settle your injury case for as little as they can get away with. Don't let that happen. At O'Connor, Achani and Levy, we've been fighting the insurance companies for over 40 years and holding them accountable. O'Connor, Achani and Levy, attorneys you know, attorneys you trust.
Watson's annual parking lot sale is going on now. Shop now and save up to 70% on outdoor furniture. Save on floor models, scratch and dents, overstock new inventory, and more. Plus, 12 months special financing only at Watson's.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
Stay ahead of your moderate to severe eczema and show off clearer skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Closed captioning is provided by.
When you have a cracked windshield, SafeLight makes it easy. Just text GLASS to 45277 to schedule a replacement you can trust. Text GLASS to 45277 to schedule today.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace. The best things in life come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 thumbs up. And now, buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, 2 months free. All the fast, reliable nationwide coverage. Make the switch today.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy.
Dolores Hernandez and her daughter Christina claim neighbor John Hopton owes for vet bills resulting from a dog attack.
I didn't buy the dog. The dog came to stay. It was my son's
He's our family
dog.
pet,
When
our family member.
Genevieve, stop. I didn't buy the dog. The dog came to stay for a brief time and
Their
never
dog
left.
wasn't a
Genevieve,
family
stop.
member
Yep, stop.
until she got bit or the dog would have still
Genevieve.
been outside.
Genevieve.
I don't want this stupidity.
You didn't take care of that dog until after bit. What are you talking about? Pain and everything else.
No.
Just
Charge me for the
about.
plane to $2,300. We're done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honor.
Why is that
Back
excuse?
for that.
I understand where she's coming from completely.
Just unfortunate situation that had happened.
I asked her, since you caused the accident, let's just go. A normal neighbor would have done it.
It was 50th fault as I was 50th fault backing out.
We should be going.
That'll never happen,
We should be neighbors without a problem.
ever.
It was the principal. It was the principal.
And now, the next case.
All parties in the matter of Fanning versus Kokanyan step forward.
Roseanne Fanning and her daughter Marcy are suing motorist Harian Kakanyan for total vehicle, towing and storage fees, plus pain and suffering.
You know nothing about this case other than the fact that your mother was driving your car. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
You can sit down. You're Miss Fanning?
Yes.
Okay, this incident happened on April 18th, 2 years ago?
Yeah, and
You tell me what took you so long?
the insurance finally paid it.
When?
Beginning of July 2018 is when it paid.
And how much did they pay you?
They paid $3,500 total.
And is your claim that an accident happened with your car and the defendant's car, and that he was responsible for the accident, that the insurance company, which was your insurance company, covered your car damage?
That's correct.
Not his insurance company.
No.
Did you have insurance, sir, at the time?
Yes, I did.
Was your car damaged?
Yes, it was.
Did your insurance company cover your car's damage?
Yes, it did.
How much received from your insurance company?
11,000.
Okay, you were coming out of a parking lot.
That's right. That's correct.
And he was coming down the road.
That's right.
And he T-boned you as you were coming out of a parking lot.
He hit the wheel, the front wheel on the driver's side.
So he hit your front driver wheel.
I have the police report, have pictures, and a video.
Just a second. Was the video of that day?
Yes.
I'd love to see it.
Right after the accident, Your Honor.
No. If you're going to sit there, you can't speak.
Okay.
Do you understand? You
Yes,
weren't there?
That's going from the end of.
Thank you. Now you got to get the clothes.
He hit you. The question is, you were coming out of a parking lot.
Right.
So I assume that both of your insurance companies said, care of your own damage. If his insurance company paid for his car and your insurance paid for your car, right?
Well, they did, but when we were trying to get the money for the car for the damage, that his company, so it went back to our insurance company.
Can I see the police report?
Yes. And mention the seizures, Mom. And on the back.
Okay, got what shirt you want. These shorts.
Okay, so your car hit, after his car hit you, your car hit a car or just a stationary object?
A stationary object.
And your car hit one car or more than one car?
My car hit one car.
That was, I want to hear from you. Now you can go out.
I'm sorry.
Now you can go out. Your car hit one car or more than one car?
I would say one car.
Well, there were 4 vehicles involved in the accident, so.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Punitive damages for pain and suffering.
That's for my daughter, not for me.
Your daughter wasn't in the car. So what's the punitive damages for her pain and suffering?
Well, she lost her car.
All right. Now.
How'd it happen?
She showed up dead on arrival.
This never gets easier.
It does when you call CarShield before your car breaks down. Look at these prices. The camshaft, transmission, engine.
Don't people know? A plan through CarShield could protect the 5 parts and systems.
You hate to see it.
An out-of-warranty car is going to break down eventually.
Right, which is why they need a plan through CarShield. Those expensive repair bills get paid and at the mechanic of their choice. They're notifying the family.
Poor guy. He doesn't even know what's coming.
Another victim of senselessly expensive repair bills. Can't save them all.
But we can keep trying. Didn't have to end this way. If he'd have just called CarShield before his car broke down.
Exactly.
Protect yourself from the unprecedented rise in cost for parts and repairs. Call now to save money with your price lock guarantee. Call 800-854-6225. Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein. Looking for a moisturizer that does more than just moisturize? Try Olay Regenerist for 10 benefits in every jar. Olay visibly firms, lifts, and smooths wrinkles by penetrating the skin to boost regeneration at the surface cellular level. Try Olay.
What's the key to getting a good-looking, reliable used car, truck, or SUV, even with bad, little, or no credit? It's Cincinnati Auto Credit, offering easy financing, affordable down payments, and a limited warranty included with every vehicle. Visit us today in Cincinnati or Fairfield.
Don't forget your seat.
It's
You might want to get the Legos out of here.
Between milestones like this may start at age 9. HPV vaccination, a type of cancer prevention against certain HPV-related cancers, can start then too.
HPV clears on its own, but for others, it can cause certain. Now, as the dad cab, it's my duty to protect them.
Yes, 71%.
Help protect them in the next. Ask their doctor today
Hold
about
on.
HPV vaccination.
Key to get reliable used car, truck, or SUV, even with bad, little, or no credit? It's Cincinnati Auto Credit, offering easy financing, affordable down payments, and a warranty included with every vehicle. Visit us today in Cincinnati or Fairfield.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Roseanne Fanning says, fellow motorist Heridian Kakanyan ran into her while she was pulling out of a driveway.
Now, what did you hit?
A newspaper stand. He smashed me into a newspaper stand.
Mr. Kokanyan, this police report, not a medical report, but a police report, says Party 1 suffers from seizures and was having a seizure while he was driving.
That's not true, Your Honor. When the accident occurred, from what I remember from the accident, was when I was driving down, when I was going southbound on Hillhurst, going down. As you can see in the police report, as it shows, she was already outside.
I know, I understand that. What I'm saying is I understand that she was already outside where she shouldn't have been trying to make a turn. I get that. She gets that too, right?
I wasn't far out.
You just a second. I don't care how far you were out. You were out because your complaint says you couldn't back up because there was a car behind you. So you had pulled out a little too far. And then the car, according to you, got behind you. And you knew you shouldn't have been out so far because that's what it suggests in here. That if I could have pulled back, I would have, but I couldn't pull back because there was a car behind me. That's what you're saying here.
Yes, that's what I say. But can I say that I was pulled out just a little bit. I was barely out of the driveway, and the cars that he hit after me were parked cars.
I'm leaving.
And
I'll
fire
be
department
back.
truck. So what I saw was him coming down the road with his arms. His arms were flailing. I
I'll
knew
back.
there was something wrong.
I'm going to put it on.
But only if she doesn't respond. I don't know how long ago it was. So if she doesn't respond, then I'm going to turn it off. Because I need to soak in the tub. Benji's gone. I need to go take some me time. What about me? Smee's me. What about Smee? What about me? Yeah. Aw. Come on. People are missing. Okay. But I will cover what I just was talking about with Grandma upstairs. Ooh, that's messy. Ooh. All right, go. Mess. Oh, this table. The other guy will be coming in. He'll be making a mess. Okay, so yeah, this is unmuted and visual. Okay, you're leaving anyway. It's okay. What was I doing? Hey, tea leaves. Hello. Wonder when you messaged me. I'm so sorry. I need to get like a message board so I can put like an easel type thing, and I could put a message on it that says, "Gone to pick up son from school. Back at such and such time." You know, something like that, so that people would know. Right, you can chat with me then on here. That's a new thing for me. Anyway, I hope she can get that message. Remember to guard your privacy? I have no privacy. I don't know. I feel badly now because she reached out to me and I've been wanting to talk to her. I'm worried about her. I think about all these people all the time. What are you doing? They're strawberries. They won't eat you. Anyway, we were driving back to the house, and on our way back to the house, we were passing a dispensary. They're popping up everywhere. We've already got like 2 or 3 in our hometown. 2 or 3 in our hometown. I mean, seriously, it's not that big. So yeah, we got a lot. But they're everywhere. They're everywhere. Anyway, so of course my brain automatically goes to the overfocused doom and gloom, right? And then I have to like stop myself, and then, now that I went through the doom and gloom, I have to, I have to remind myself, now hold on a minute. You automatically want to say, oh, what are people doing to themselves with this, this dispensaries everywhere and the CBD oils and all that stuff. Oh no, what are they doing? Hold on. It's not necessarily true. So, I wish there was a way to find out what time it was that the messages came in. Anyway, I'm sorry, Robin. I don't know if anybody else can see the chat. That's a bummer. Anyway, I'll give her a few minutes, see if she can respond. Theo. I forgot it was still on. It's been funny. What in the world? Oh, these stupid machines. I don't care. That's why we have nothing on this computer. Thank you. I thought it would be funny if I'd be sitting there in the car while I'm waiting, burning up, baking, by the way, and all of a sudden the cats would come jumping up on the chairs and start messing around. I get to watch the cats. It'd be funny. I know there's people that probably do it. They probably turn their thing on and they have their own private channel, and then they click in and watch their animals at home. Get off the computer. Buzzball, get down off that computer. I can hear your voice, though. Anyway, like I was saying about the CBD oil and the dispensaries and all that stuff, I get it. I get what's happening in the brain. And whereas I can see the negative, like I said, the doom and gloom, I can also see it positive, too. So the reason why your brain is working the way it is, causing you the stress, causing you the anxiety, there's this one commercial, the woman is like, I get such headaches and such tension up in my shoulders and I can't, anything. And the other girl is like, I can't focus correctly. And then the other one is like, I can't be around my kids and stuff. And it's like, okay. So I get why the CBD oil, in particular for that commercial, is working for that. It's an emotionalizer. It's cutting down on the functional and it's making the emotional bigger. Now, by doing that, in a way, it is like a Band-Aid, temporarily helping you to rebalance, helping your brain to rebalance. Because if you're not like this, over-focused, then that roll with it side can work correctly. And when the roll with it side can work correctly, then this that's no longer over-focused can just focus regular. See? So it's one back and forth between them, back and forth. And which then enables us to process and do things correctly. Instead of getting all bent out of shape over things, we're like, well, I can look at this correctly now. And I can roll with things that I can't change. So your brain's able to go back and forth correctly. Now, so the reason I have issues with it is because your brain is, I know people like to think of mental health illness as being an illness, as being a negative, but I am trying to say I think it might be more of a positive. And I think the idea here is, one, your brain is still working. So for as much as you're like, my brain doesn't work anymore, what's wrong with me? Nope, your brain is working. But because there is something going on that's not supposed to be that way, it's trying to let you know. I was telling my mom, it's like the Saturn. I have a Saturn. It's sitting out in the driveway still. It's kind of a sore spot, so I'll just run past that part. But the idea is that when it broke down, right before it broke down, it went into what's called limp mode. Basically, it pretends to be sicker than it is in order to get your attention. That's a good way of putting it. There you go. That's kind of like what goes on with the brain sometimes. It's trying to get your attention. It's trying to say there's something not right here. So it's working correctly. Unfortunately, the thing that's not right there is causing some issues in it. So as it's trying to continue to work correctly, it's like a conflict. And oftentimes does create that overfocus, does create that extra too much. So, like I said, the brain is working that way for a reason. It's trying to say, hey, you need to fix this. The problem is, okay, some people, okay, well, let's get it fixed. Fine. But if the doctors can't figure it out, that person can't figure it out, that person's left with what? Just to keep living the way that they are, and that's not good, and they're imbalanced. So that's a kind of tricky one, because for as much as it's like, no, your brain is trying to get your attention, stop medicating yourself so that your brain can fully take over for a minute and let you really know what's going on here. This is why I'm opposed, and I'm not opposed to when they've done those studies where they've take people with schizophrenia and allowed them to just, I think there was a study that they did, I heard about this. They put a bunch of schizophrenics in the same house or building or something and took them off medication just to let them be free. So their thinking wasn't wrong, but it also wasn't right. I know where we kind of went wrong with that little experiment. The brain is trying to let you know something. It is trying to be out with it. The problem is that now you have to get this filter going on to figure out what it is that's actually the pearl of wisdom, so to speak, or pearls of wisdom that are mixed in with all the rest of the garbage. It's that whole, that's a good idea, that's a good idea, that's a good idea, and all the rest of that's garbage. But at the same time, you have to also be open to the whole, well, no, that's not garbage. It looks like garbage to you, but it's not. And that's not. And that person, of course, is most likely not coherent enough, not of sane mind to be able to do that themselves. So now you have to have that a kind of an understanding, almost like that person's best friend growing up, or somebody close to them might be able to kind of help with that type of thing. Anyway, without specific situations, I can't really speak to that, but I see where that was going. Anyway, so when it comes to the negatives, yeah, your brain's working that way for a reason. It's trying to get your attention. Now, the positive that I can kind of see in it is the fact that because it is even temporarily giving you that balance again, that does enable you to, I don't want to say, it's not like, it's cheating the system, but it's not. It's like lying, but not. And because of that, and if the brain can make sense of it, okay, if the brain can make sense of the object itself, CBD oil, whatever it is, and it makes sense, then it's very possible that that's whatever it is that's causing issues in that brain. Now that person can work kind of correctly, those issues can work, they can be figured out correctly, if that makes sense. See, one of the reasons why we sometimes can't get through to an actual issue in the brain, it's kind of like a darned if you do and darned if you don't kind of situation. But because of the brain being overfocused, it doesn't allow you to be able to focus on something correctly, even inside the brain itself. You think this is a mess out here. You think your world is chaotic and anxious and all that other stuff out here. You have no idea what it's like inside there. It's the same thing. So for as much as you're like, I can't focus to get things figured out, the brain is doing the same thing. It's going through the same thing. So being able to create that balance in some way, even if it is fake, could, and I could very much so see, could help people to recreate that balance, or to claim that balance inside themselves, that their brain is allowed to now able to focus correctly, see things for what they are, and eventually work those thorns, knots out of the head on its own. One particular example I can give you, and then I'm going to try and reach out a message to her again, and then I'm just going to go, because I am so, I need to soak in the tub. But one thing I can say is that it's like a child that goes through a divorce. Their parents get divorced, right? And now this child is left with those questions, those issues in the head that, cause problems later in life, most likely. Maybe commitment issues, who knows, whatever. Different things, different ways to act out. But then they get older. They get married themselves, they have children of their own, and then they go through a divorce. Well, at that time, if the communication line is open, meaning the brain is working correctly, so this is kind of where this comes into play, then it's possible for adult and child to be able to communicate inside the head, you, a child, you, and adult you, that whole same thing they do with regression therapy. It allows that to communicate in the head, and whether you're consciously aware of it or not, all of a sudden the brain is able to say, I get it now. I see how two people that have children together, 1 minute are together, and then the next minute they don't want to be together. I understand that now. As a child, I couldn't grasp the concept. Why would you get married if you don't love each other? Well, we did love each other. Well, how do you just stop loving? That kind of thing could kind of mess with a kid. So because of that, it gets stuck in the head. So now that you actually can go through it yourself, now you can go, oh, I get it now. Now, sometimes we have these moments of clarity and we're consciously aware of them. We'll be just sitting there and all of a sudden we'll just go, you know what? Oh, I get that now. That makes sense. You know, when I was a kid, I think I had issues understanding that. And yeah. Sometimes we're consciously aware of them, and sometimes we're just not. Sometimes we just have this like moment, this feeling of like the only thing I can think of is like clarity. You're just like something just feels a little different. I feel a little different. And then you just move on. And you don't even know it. Because you don't need to know. Your brain has decided you don't need to know for whatever reason. Remember, the functional side is the need to know side. Do you need to know it? Well, sometimes no, you don't even need to know it. So, no, it's not going to. Anyway, yeah. Sometimes those things can work out on their own. But if you're not in your correct balance, it's dirty. If you're not in your correct balance, then it makes it more difficult for the two sides to be able to communicate. You know, like the child you, adult you, for the two sides to communicate in general, you know, all that stuff. So I can see a positive to it too. I guess one of the big things that you have to really pay attention to is there's a difference between having a little something, I guess, and having something that you just need. Not just like, oh, that stuff helps me out a lot. It makes me feel good, helps me get through my day. And that's it. That's cool. As opposed to, I have to have it. I can't. I would not. If I was that person, I would maybe avoid that stuff and try and really work on what might be going on internally. Be very open to any type of possibility. Things that people might have suggested over the year that you have an issue with, and you're like, no, I'm fine. I don't have an issue with that. My parents' divorce or whatever. No, I'm fine. Don't say that. You just, trust me, you don't know for sure. It's true. There's, like I said, there's things I found out that bothered me, and finding out that they bothered me, it was like, really? Why would that bother me? I mean, I guess I can kind of see it, but no. And at the same time, like the drowning thing for years. No problem talking about it. No problem thinking about it. I could recall the memory, no problem. It wasn't until I realized, until I saw that memory change, until I saw how it changed, that I was like, whoa, why would that change? That must have been affecting me then. There must have been something to that affecting me. Even still, I'm still kind of like, why would that mess with me? I mean, I'm a roll with that kind of person. Why would something like that mess with me? But it's not about you. It's not about you as an adult talking and saying, oh, I'm fine. I drowned almost as a kid, but that was when I was a kid. I'm fine. It's not about you as an adult. It's about the kid you when you went through whatever you went through and how it affected the kid you. That's what it's about. So when you think you're over something like a divorce or a death or whatever trauma, something, for as much as you want to sit there and say, I'm fine, you might not be. You just don't know it. So the important thing is if something like CBD isn't working for you because it is becoming like an obsession and addiction for you, and over focus, you know, that too. The key would probably be to try and figure out what really is going on, and like I said, be open. It's very important. Anyway, I haven't heard back from her. I feel really bummed. I was hoping I would. I keep looking at the screen, hoping I would see it move. I've been worried about her. If you see this video later, I've been worried about you. You and Bruno. I know, kid. I know. Sometimes, though, it is best to do not just what's, best for ourselves, but what's best for others involved. sometimes we want to be selfish and hold on to something that's mine, but we're not thinking about the other thing as much. So I have to take a step back. I'm the same way. Like, no, that's mine. I should probably tell her that I said a little something to her. Where's that? Nope, it's gone. Hold on, wait. There's that thing. Okay. I talked about, I can't see the screen, about you at 5:40 something. Around. That's good. Around 5. Yeah, because I don't want to, it's already 5 o'clock. Around 5 hours. 5 hours. 42 minutes. In video. On video or in video? On video. Okay, on video. Nothing special. Just saying hi. Waving. It's actually something kind of a little special. She doesn't know it. You don't know it. It's something special with one of my kids. It makes me kind of cry a little bit when I think about it. So, yeah. Anyway, I would sit here and wait, but then I'll just get anxious and say stupid stuff, and I don't want to do that. I don't need to do that. I need to. Anyway, I'm going to turn this on mute. I'm not going to turn it off. Haha, go figure. I'm not going to turn it off. But it's going to be muted and visually mute. Visual gone. So it's just going to be on. It's not going to be anything. And I don't know why. I think I'm just kind of over-focused on. I think I'm just hanging on for. Like, I'm still here. There's the connection. I know that sounds silly, but even on that website, there were some people that were like, I just like knowing you're online, even if you're sleeping. So there were times where I would go online, and I would just stay online, and I put my phone down next to me, and I fall asleep. I go to sleep. I tell them, like, look, I'm so tired. And they're like, I know, but I just want to know that you're online. So it's that connection. It's one of the reasons why some of those people even go on that website. There's a lot of people that go on that website. They don't even talk to anybody. They just sit there and watch the chat. It's being connected to something that a little bit makes sense, because these people, they don't all sound like you, but there's something about them that's similar to you. And it's, just because you're all suffering from this mental thing that until now nobody understood. So I call them ghosts. They're quiet, they don't talk. They just watch the chat rooms. And just stay connected to something. Anyway, so I'm going to go do that stuff now. About time. Yeah. I need to change my sheets too, but I'm just so beat. Because I already know I might end up laying down afterwards. But I don't think I can, because it's already, oh my gosh, it's already 5 o'clock, and MASH comes on at 6, and I got to make dinner still. Mother's work is never done. That's okay. I'm not upset about it. After all those years, of me not being a mommy and not doing things that a mommy should do. The way I'm kind of making up for that a little bit now. I'm kind of fortunate my kids still live at home, even though I'm also still living at home. Life goes on. Anyway, I'm fortunate. I'm blessed that I get this opportunity to make this up for them. Anyway, going back on mute. I can't pull it off. I can't. I tried. I didn't put it on mute. Now I'm going to put it on mute. I was just being silly. Yeah. All right. Bye-bye. this. No, I can't get the thing to stay. And it's open. Okay. Well, I hope she would have come back, but she didn't. You didn't. I don't know how to respond to that. So, bummer. That is what it is. Anyway, I need to eat something. And go change my sheets. 'Cause I'm clean. But if you come back, I'll be back again. I'm just really tired. I just can't keep up with any more of it today. There was something else I thought about, but I can't remember. No, too tired. Anyway, so yeah, if you come back, I'll be back. Otherwise, I hope you're okay. Praying for you. All that fun stuff. Oh, there's Bells. I was wondering where she went.